Welcome back to the NACL Playoffs Week 3 lower bracket, where every game counts. It's do or die. This time we had two series, 5 games that had us at the edge of our seats. We had champions from the Vault of Memories and even 2 pentakills. So stay tuned for the recap here at Rift Rush. Day 1. Blue Otters against Dark Zero. It all started with an unexpected pick. Looks mid for the Otters, who dominated the early game. But at the 24th minute, Syed with Yunara changed everything with a pentakill that turned the game around and secured the first victory.
The machine that is Dark Zero, they are just tearing through them piece by little piece. That's a triple kill, a quadra kill. Is it gonna be a pentakill for Sajid?
But the Otters didn't want to go away so easily. It was a very even game the second match, with Dark Zero taking the lead. But their desire for kills took its toll. Kryra and Quacker entered the backline, killing 3 players, securing the Ancestral Dragon, and Blue Otters tied the series.
He's gonna get the double counter strike. Sajid able to tank up so much, but he can't tank up enough. He goes down, and the GA is caught by Kryra. K's going down too, and Blue Otter coming. They're doing it!
In the third map, surprises continued. An Ivern for the Otters. A masterful play with Mel made Sejuani's ultimate freeze Dark Zero and gave them the lead and match point. The Otters are one step away from victory. In our fourth match, Dark Zero was on the ropes. It was a slow, tense game until the 42nd minute when K initiated the key team fight that allowed Dark Zero to tie the series. We were headed to the final stand.
Going to make this game into a Game 5 Silver Scrapes as he runs down Kryra. Dark Zero completely dusts Blue Otter in this fight, and we're going to Silver Scrapes, baby! Oh.
It was a final game, all or nothing. Dark Zero secured Lucian and Nami, while Blue Otters responded with something unexpected, Morgana mid. Both teams neutralized each other until the 27th minute, when 3 Dark Zero players went after Quacker. The others took advantage to take a Baron, and a minute later closed out the series. Blue Otters wins 3-2, and Dark Zero is eliminated from the tournament.
The game! Do you believe in magic? Blue Otter have made it!
The standout players for this series were Quacker, Kryra, and Semikin. But this time the MVP was awarded to Quacker for his excellent job digging graves with his Undertaker, Yorick Mori. Before we continue, let's introduce you to our selection for our number 1 team in Pro Team. What do you think? Let us know in the comments. Also, stay tuned because we're going to meet our Rookie of the Year. And while one team was celebrating, 2 others were preparing to face each other in a final battle. So, let's see. Day 2, Dorado Gaming against Supernova. We started with a dominant Dorado Gaming from the beginning of the match, and with a pentakill from Sochi with his Corki. They secured the first win of the series with a 20-1 kill score. The second game was more evenly matched, but a Blaze Olive's Galio was behind Dorado the entire time, giving them no room to breathe, thus tying the series 1-1. In the third map, Supernova controlled everything, from objectives to kills, not letting anyone walk without them noticing, taking the game and reaching match point.
Over the wall he goes, but he will not fall. Turns on to Raptors instead.
Jerry.
Puts his attention onto Shochi as Jerry jumps forward. A double kill.
The fourth game was much more evenly matched. It was a back and forth affair for both squads, with the balance a little more tilted for Supernova. But Dorado managed to stay on their feet, sending us to a fifth map. Last game, last chance for Dorado or Supernova to stay alive. Although Dorado Gaming dominated the entire game, after a very long pause, Supernova delivered an ace and took the game.
Jerry's able to take down, make sure Ragnarok gonna come out. Horner's looking to jump in. He claims Sushi before the Lamser spike and drop. And Dorado get destroyed, get annihilated. The big purple worm costs them an ace. Supernova break into the top 4, and they will continue.
Our favorite players for this series were Hoarder, Scary Jerry, and Breezy. But with a barrage of bullets, Scary Jerry takes the MVP. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Dark Zero and to Dorado Gaming. They will be sorely missed. They fought like true titans. But stay tuned, because today we're going to find out who's going to be our first grand finalist here at the NACL.
Well, what's up, y'all? We are back with more NACL playoffs action. We are 1 week away from the grand finals, and today is a very special day, and we're going to get into the stakes of that. But before we get any further, my name is Rafa. I'm joined here by the one and only Mr. Ben James Hawkington. I don't know if that's your actual name, but I just like saying it because it just rolls off the tongue so well.
Yeah, you know, it's a J name. It's not James, it's Joseph, but close enough, and that's not important because, Mark, it's playoffs NACL. Not only is it playoffs NACL, we get maybe one of the most important series of the year, which is crowning a team for the promotion tournament. What we have been talking about ever since the format was announced all the way back at the start. Ever since that first format primer was published, we've been talking about the promotion tournament, and now we finally get to send a team there.
And as always, Ben, if you want to join in on the conversation with me and Mr. Hawk on the cast regarding who could be joining us at the promotion tournament alongside Disguise and both Estral and SDM Tigres for that one coveted spot going into the 2026 split of LTA, make sure you use the hashtag NACL on all of our social platforms at NACL and at WatchNACL on Twitter. Also, big shout out to ProDiv.gg. We're going to be shouting them out multiple times throughout the day. We just need to kind of take a step back, though, Hawk, and remind all of the fans how we got to this upper finals in the first place between Conviction and Luminosity Gaming. Starting off, we had some lower bracket series where it was promotion tournament lives and grand final lives on the line between Supernova and Dorado Gaming.
And Mark, I just want to start off by saying, for Conviction versus Luminosity, we can sit here and say that Luminosity looks like they're probably the best team, but this has already been a playoffs of upsets. Dorado Gaming went to 5 games against Supernova. Look at Sushi on the Vayne. He went crazy. Or sorry, Sushi's on the Ezreal. But either way, I'm confusing myself. He went crazy. Supernova managed to take the series, but Dorado went so hard, already getting an upset over Dark Zero Dragonsteel in the upper bracket. And also, speaking of Dark Zero, more upsets, as in the following series, Blue Otter, they managed to get it done as well.
We're going to get a rematch between Supernova and Blue Otter in the lower bracket, where Blue Otter currently remain triumphant as they were the ones that sent Supernova to the lower bracket in the first place. So we'll see if the boys in From Space wherever Supernova is based from, can get revenge on the Blue Rascals, or if it's just going to be a repeat of the same story that we saw in that first upper round bracket, where it was crowned as one of the greatest upsets we have seen. And the fact that it was only the beginning of those upsets just goes to show that in our most important NACL split ever, Hawk, it has also been one of the most exciting yet.
Right. And that's exactly the point. I mean, I couldn't say it any better. Like, Supernova barely surviving by the skin of their teeth. Dorado should be so proud of how their season went. Blue Water, it is still continuing because they have taken down 2 of the 3 teams that we had crowned as the best, both coming into the season and general expectations as the season has progressed. I think that matchup between them and Supernova is going to be amazing. Supernova has not really impressed us in the playoffs so far. Blue Water most certainly has, and in fact, they've already been able to win that best of 3 matchup. But that's going to be tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. That's going to be an important match. Today, however, we want to see if Conviction can keep the upset train going, because for as impressive as Conviction split has been, I mean, I was not really on the Conviction hype train coming into the split. There is no secret about it, and they have more than exceeded my expectations. They have been brilliant throughout this summer split. They are up against Luminosity Gaming, who was unanimously considered to be the #1 team heading into the split. They are still considered to be the #1 team here today. Everyone thinks that they're a shoo-in to make promotion tournament, but what a great story it would be if Conviction sends them to the lower bracket up against a potential Supernova or Blue Otter.
It's a tall task to do for Conviction Esports. They are going up against the defending champions here from NACL Split 1 of this year in the 2025 season. But Conviction, I think, have proven to be a roster that are not just strong by the individuals on this squad, but also the creativity that they have displayed in some of their niche champion pools. Especially looking at you, bot lane. You guys know who you are. Mr. Viper pulling out Riven ADC. This guy flexes. It's like he was a top laner at some point, man. Imagine that. But of course, we gotta remind everyone at home who the individuals are on both of these rosters. Starting on the blue side, it is Luminosity Gaming, our defending NACL champions from Split 1. Fake God in the top lane, Tomio in the jungle, Insanity, Tactical, and Zazel rounding out the rest of the lineup with Coach Deos at the helm.
Yeah, quite a few titles, not just the most recent one, but on this roster, NACL titles, many of them before that. And again, this is the team that was not just built to win the NACL, which I'm sure they want to do, but built to go to the promotion tournament. I mean, you look at the names on that roster, it's ex-LCS and LTA veterans across the board. Playoffs Insanity has been in full form. This guy is an absolute psycho. And the bottom lane as well, Tactical and Zazel, I think all year, not just in this split, they have really been the guys that we've looked to. And contrary to their opponents, Mark, Luminosity has a lot of fearless best of 5 experience already under their belts. Conviction does not. They have only played a maximum of 2 games in a series so far this year. That is going to change in this one here today.
Yeah, that puts a maximum of only 4 games total in the playoffs. So relatively inexperienced compared to their opponents in Luminosity Gaming as a whole for the 2025 season. But we cannot forget that a lot of these individuals on this NACL roster do have experience playing in either Tier 2 before or even Tier 1, especially with Viper and Stunt playing on rosters like 100 Thieves and FlyQuest in the past. But this is now a roster that has to not only live up to the expectations that they have now earned for themselves, but also a mantle where they have to defeat the defending champions, a team that has proven to be the best at playing what we considered standard play and just understandably what is fundamental competitive 5s League Legends here in the Tier 2 space, and even when you look at Tier 1 space. I think what Conviction might have an advantage of, though, Hawk, is the creativity in their champion pools. And this will be the first time we'll see that creativity truly extended, because this will be their first best of 5 as a 5-man squad.
Well, and not just creativity in the champion pools, Mark, but also creativity in how they approach the game. Evolved and Viper have been tremendously impressive carries, but this team, I personally don't think would be where they are without Perry in the jungle. He has been an incredible game manager for 3 very high octane, very hands-checky lanes. And I think they need to keep that style up against Luminosity, because look, Conviction, they've proven to me that they can play a pretty standard game of League of Legends and win it. But this is Luminosity Gaming. They're the best in the league at doing so. I want to see how Conviction can bring the fight to LG, how they can take the hands checks, particularly looking in the mid and bot lanes, and how Perry can facilitate that, because I think that is their path to victory. Take the champs off their feet, because it has worked against Luminosity in the past. Dark Zero comes to mind as a team that in Split 1 was contending with this team, was almost beating this team because they were just hands checking them around the map and forcing LG into difficult positions.
And I wonder if there is something in the magic that CCG was able to find in that very first upset of this regular season. I know it was just a best of one, but
dude, melee bottom, it was a Yasuo bot. I mean, hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's something in the water there. There's something in that magic liquid that maybe the bot lane melee carry just puts a spin on Luminosity's game plan. But as you saw in the stats, Luminosity are the kings when it comes to just having those massive gold differences at the 15, 14 minute mark. We'll have to see if Conviction can either rival them when it comes to that aspect, or if they can find something else, a different way to play, which we know Conviction have at least been able to identify those win conditions even when they're falling behind in lanes. But it's enough talk of the analysis, Hawk. It's time to put our money where our mouth is and see what the rest of the broadcast talent thinks. And
I respect it. I respect it.
Listen, I might be the only one on the Conviction train, but I'm believing in a little bit of that creativity. The champion pool, I really want to see this series go the full distance, a full 5-game series, because I think that is where you get to really see both teams tested to the limit here, Hawk.
Yeah, I don't think this is a sweep. I think Conviction has more than proven to me that they are a competitive team and a threat to make the promotion tournament. That's why they're already top 3 and here in the upper bracket. I feel like this is Luminosity's year. They've always been in this position, and they have not showed me that they have the cracks in their gameplay that that Conviction can exploit. I know that Conviction, I said, if they can try to make a hands check game, but you're still hands checking LG, right? And they can pass it, but we gotta get underway into the game. Before we get there, shout out to our sponsor, ProDiff.gg. If you want to play like the pros, make sure you check them out. You can get one-on-one coaching from some of the players in this game.
That's right. Any former or current pro that is playing here in the NACL or the LTA, even the ERLs, I've heard on this website as well. So if you're trying to hit some ranked goals for yourself now that we're in the 3rd season of the overall 2025 year, get some one-on-one coaching today. You might be able to get one from one of the pros playing. I think there's multiple from Luminosity, but I hear that draft is ready to go, so let's get locked in and ready to go and see what the champion picks are going to be like as we jump straight away through bans. First 3 already ripped from the board on the side of Luminosity with Talia, Trundle, and Wukong. The Maokai Respect ban, I think that was one thing. The Azir also being taken off the board, which is crazy because Insanity really hasn't played any Azir this split so far, Hawk, so I didn't expect that to be one that Conviction would fear.
So Azir has been banned of 26 to 28 playoff games that he's appeared in, and he's been played twice. One of them was against Insanity, where he pulled out the Corki, and Insanity does not have much Azir this year, as you mentioned, whereas this has been a big pick for Evolved, at least in the regular season. He had 2 wins on it, so I'm pretty surprised to see Conviction banning that one out, and it does give FakeGod the opportunity to take away this Rumble, which has been a huge pick for TF Blade later on in the season, and it's also a great one for FakeGod. So already, I'm actually a big fan of what LG is being able to cook up. They've also targeted out a lot of these like AD bruisers, Trundle, Wukong being 2 of the biggest picks for Perry. I expect to see something like a Vi coming out here for Tomio. Pantheon also an option. Those have been the 2 other biggest picks for Perry alongside Xin Zhao that, Tomio could potentially look to steal away. I will say, Corki also a denial from the LG side. So it feels to me like both teams are kind of trying to get picks that are good for themselves, but also maybe better for the other team.
Playing a little bit of that denial game rather than what is truly comfort pick for themselves here. Just testing the waters, as this is a full Fearless best of 5. These champions will be eliminated for the rest of the series, so it could work into both teams' favor, just trying to eliminate them from the possible board in future games. Rakan and Vi, as you called out, picked up here for Luminosity Gaming, so a lot of powerful dive options, a lot of engage options between the cease and desist and the quickness able to follow up, which gives a nice target for Rumble to always ult with that equalizer, and Conviction decide ultimately, you know what, let's get some disengaged power with this Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very Perry-coded pick to me. I think it's a solid pick. Don't think he's played it this split, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe someone can fact check me on that. So I am curious to see how he does on it, but like, it's an early mid-game champion. It has the ability to facilitate plays. One of the things it does not have is point-and-click lockdown, which has been a constant with every single champion that Perry has played so far this season. So we will have to see how Conviction is able to still, you know, find their aggressive playmaking without their main playmaker on something that has instant setup.
The call out Hawk, I do not see a single Poppy game from Perry in either the regular season or playoffs so far. So, not doubting that Perry cannot.
I'm sure he can play it. Yeah. It's just like, I mean, it has the shoulders charge, right? But it's not the same as like Maokai W, Xin Q knockup, you know, via ult, right? It doesn't have that same level of playmaking. And Stunt has not been a big time engaged support either. I feel like the Rakan has sort of been his big engaged support, and then outside of that, it's been like the Renatas, the Karmas, that sort of stuff, a little bit more enchantery. So I do think it's just a small eccentricity right now for Conviction's comp, but I want to see how they're able to maneuver around that. Trundle's gone. Scion has been a big pick for TF Blade. I do think that's the kind of pick that you could look for, but against Rumble, it's a little tough.
Do like Galio, though. That is a great way to try and deal with the Rumble and just go even and still be a pretty nasty tank. And more than likely, Insanity, because the Corki option is gone, I don't remember if Insanity has flexed any other AD options, at least this split. He could go to something like the Tristana. Ends up Conviction going for the Ornn instead. Still functionally works and gives you a little bit of better non-committal engage tools, since Galio is better as a follow-up tank rather than an initiator. But now Luminosity have to lock in their AD carry of choice as well as their mid laner.
Ornn also a pretty great matchup into the Rumble as far as tanks are concerned. You actually have a lot of kill threat as the Ornn, especially if you go Spellbook for the Ignite. Rumble can not destroy. What? Okay, this is a cook. What?
We saw some AP buffs for Kog'Maw recently. It wasn't necessarily towards the E, but it was trying to. I have to pull up the numbers specifically, but I know.
Mark, they're playing it in a dive comp.
I mean, not quite. No,
because, it's a pretty non-committal dive comp because Rakan can always get back into the back line, and then I mean everyone else is just following with their ultimates basically. But what an interesting cook we have here.
Oh my goodness.
From Insanity. So I need everyone to cast their minds back to 2023 spring when Insanity was on, oh god, Dig, I think? And he was playing stuff like Udyr mid and was playing all these random champions. He's always been an enjoyer of the ADCs mid as well. You know, Corki's been a big pick for him, not tactical so far this split. But now we have Kog'Maw, who's going to have a tremendous range advantage over this Orianna. I feel like early push still going to go the way of this Ori just because you are completely reliant on your E. But once level 6 comes through, you have so much long-range follow-up to what this Vi and Rakan want to bring to the table. And, I mean, you're going to be able to hit from really far away. But you are playing a mobile champion against a decently mobile Conviction composition. I mean, if you get Call of the Forge God, if you get Shockwaved, if a Poppy gets on top of you, I feel like it's a little difficult to maneuver. I'm not really sure how to feel about this pick.
I'm thinking about it then, and I validate your concerns, but I think Luminosity are basically saying we're confident enough that Poppy diving into us to enable a Shockwave ball or Ornn trying to hit a long-range ulti is not going to be enough threat for David to on this Kog'Maw to be like, I'm in trouble, guys. I imagine that in this lane against Orianna, I'm curious if he takes like both Ghost and Flash, just so that he has that extra team fight mobility to just kite around. And I have pulled up the official patch notes for 25.17, which I believe we are on for this week too. His Q got a 10% AP buff from 80% AP to 90% AP. His W got a little bit of extra juice in the AP scaling department on hit. So instead of 1% per 100 AP, it's now 1.5% per 100 AP for target max 60
I do
damage.
wonder if we're gonna see like a Nashers. You know, in the past, whenever we've seen AP Kog'Maw, it's always been just like tier into like poke, right? But like,
Rylai's, right?
yeah. Do we see like a Nashers or a Ginsu's, like some sort of hybrid thing going on to try to shred through this front line?
You want to hear this cook?
Okay, yeah.
This might be totally trash, but I'm thinking Nashor's Rush, right?
Sure.
Into
yeah.
Navori. Nashor's Navori.
That's spicy.
And that's your core. And then because Navori like lowers your cooldown on W, you just have a permanent uptime on the W. And
I feel like you're probably sacrificing a lot of damage to get Navori though.
Probably. So that it just depends on what Insanity wants to go for. If he's trying to go for an on-hit like tank shredding build, then you think about it as like a Varus.
That is true, because we are cooking like, oh, he's gonna go AP poke Kog'Maw mid. He totally could just be going like on hit Kog'Maw mid. Honestly, because you still outrange Ori. Like with your W at max rank, you can actually space Orianna.
Yeah.
Without needing like the Bio Arcane barrages, right? So, I'm actually kind of interested. What's Insanity gonna do? I mean, the rune choice would tell us a lot. Like Comet would be, or Airy would be my expectation if it's like a poke Kog'Maw build. But if we see something like a Lethal Tempo or a PTA, Hob, that sounds pretty bad. But like, you know, it could be possible.
Yeah, let's consult. Let's consult some stats websites and see
let's see what Lolalytics says.
Building.
Has anyone even been playing this? Like, I don't...
well,
I have not seen it at all personally.
Let's see. Kog'Maw.
Mark, while you look that up, I do want to say, coming into the series, general expectation for us is that bot lane is going to be the big one to watch, just because Viper versus Tactical, two very aggressive and like confident AD carries in bot lanes that are down to clown, right? And that is definitely something we're gonna have to watch. Like, we didn't even talk about the Nami Corki, very aggressive 2v2 here for Stunt and Viper. It's as we expected an Enchanter with the Rakan Gun for Stunt. But in this game specifically, kind of the other big matchup that we wanted to watch in general, but I think Insanity versus Evolved. Evolved has really started to live up to the hype over the last few weeks. And this matchup already gets me so excited to see what playoffs Insanity is bringing to the table, because this guy has been pretty unstoppable both in last split's playoffs and also so far in these ones.
Yeah, and Insanity as a point of discussion has been so interesting because I think both in Split 1 and Split 2, his regular season performances sometimes felt undervalued because everyone on Luminosity Gaming is doing so well. This team just operates so well that it's hard to attribute, okay, well, it has to be because of this individual or this individual and this individual. And usually when a team is just winning on all fronts, usually you think, okay, jungle and support, they're just controlling the map. So that's why you normally see like Tomio Zazel topping the charts. Then you look at, who is creating space. That's usually top lane. And then you start looking at carries. Sometimes, for me, I only look at carries first sometimes when the map doesn't seem to go well, but yet the carries are putting in work, right? And I think that this happens to be a majority of the time. However, as we saw from, I think our All-Pro results, Insanity definitely got at least a lot of respect for this split. I think he ended up in second or at least third All-Pro this split. Do you remember off the top of your head?
Oh gosh, no, I actually don't. Let me try to pull that up here. But while I do that, let's switch back to the other conversation we were having, Mark.
Kog'Maw?
What's gonna happen with this Kog'Maw mid? What are the builds?
Yeah, so there's a most common build which goes for Ludens first, but the win rate is like barely 50%. Like Ludens, Shadow Flame, and then either Deathcap or Rylai's.
That sounds very solo QE.
Yeah, the highest win percent build is Malignance with a tier rush.
That makes sense.
Into Malignance, Seraphs, Rylai's.
So it's just like a full poke build still. Now here's a question I have: if you go Rylai's on Kog'Maw, does it proc on your W? Because is it coded as a spell? Probably not, right? Like it's an auto attack. But like, could you go like the Azir build of like Nashor's, Rylai's, and just like fry people?
Because I don't.
It sounds kind of funny.
Think so, because
I don't think so either.
I think it's an on-hit effect, and Rylai's does not apply as an on-hit effect. But depending on how long we're in this tech pause, I might have enough time to just load up a practice tool.
Just load up a practice tool really quick.
And just find out myself. We
That
have the
should be-
technology, people. We do have
That'd
the
be really
technology.
funny. Oh man, sorry, I'm trying to find our all pros right now. Wow, there's a lot of good clips on this on the @WatchNACL Twitter. Definitely be sure to check it out. But it's also making it difficult for me to find our all pros.
You might have to use the search function or something. By the way, everyone in chat for
Yeah.
hanging out with us while we get through the tech pause. You are all beautiful. We love you. Thank you for supporting the NACL.
Yeah.
Shout out to all of our co-streamers as well. Mwah. Much kisses, much love. Hope you're all doing fantastic today. And we cannot wait to get into this very awesome best of 5. Because remember, folks, the winner of this goes not only directly to grand finals, but also as one of the 2 spots in our promotion tournament. You know what, guys? Let's throw out some predictions for who's going to win this first game. Usually that is a sign that things are getting resolved. Not sure yet, but for the time being, hashtag LG if you think Luminosity is going to take this first game, or hashtag CNV if you think Conviction is going to take this first win. I don't think we're jumping ship on our predictions here. It's only the first game, so no need to switch it up unless Hawk decides, you know what? I don't like Kog'Maw mid. I'm going to Conviction.
Say, I'm very skeptical of the Kog'Maw mid pick, but I have faith in David because I've learned a long time ago that you don't doubt him in Champ Select.
Dude, this is the guy that pulled off Jin mid in LG.
Yeah,
man.
and
that,
yeah, dude, Jin mid, he solo killed Jensen with it. That was fucking, excuse me, that was hype.
that was one of the most cinema games ever.
Yeah, it really was. He solo killed him twice.
Yeah, he solo killed him twice with Jin mid, and then he pulls off like the sickest solo kill on the bottom side of the map, then roams over to the top side of the fight and hits him with the curtain call. Oh,
yeah,
Chef
that's what I learned not to doubt Insanity, but and kind of outside of the Kog'Maw pick, which I am skeptical but willing to believe in. I do like LG's draft just better from an identity perspective, really. Like, there's a really great bot lane 2v2 for Viper and Stunt to try to flex their muscles, and I think that's a big boon for Conviction, but I am really concerned about their lack of tools in the early stages. Like, it's all these, long-range skill shot engages, call the Forge God, maybe a Tidal Wave, but I feel like if TF Blade is not there, it's very difficult for Conviction to take space. And so, just for that reason and how Conviction has really been a team about taking space and taking very intelligent fights, mostly starting with Perry, I just think that the Vi Rakan composition is a bit more inspiring for me in that perspective. So I am gonna stick with my LG prediction here for the first game. But the fans on the side of Conviction, man, they've really captured a lot of hearts this split. I mean, again, I think they've already outperformed expectations, and the fact that we consider them to be competitive with the unanimous #1 team coming into the split is a testament to how well this team has played.
I mean, they've definitely overperformed the hestant expectations. And then for those who have always been a believer, they get to relish in the fact that they get to say that, we knew that Conviction was going to be coming. But ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. It is time to lock in and hit the rip for Game 1 between Conviction Esports and Luminosity Gaming.
Mark, are you locked in?
Dude, I'm still trying to load up this practice tool real quick. Okay, wait.
Mark's not quite locked in.
No. Okay, wait. All right. So I bought Rylai's. I hit a practice tool dummy.
Yeah.
It was not applying the slow.
Okay. So let's not do that. Let's not go Nasher's Rylai's then.
Yeah.
Rylai's is probably still a fine item just for the perma-slow and the ults, but I could think of better purchases early on. You definitely want to be stacking up that damage. It is Comet on this Kog'Maw, which means it's not going to be an on-hit Kog'Maw mid. It is at the very least going to have an AP skew. Again, we'll see if there's a Nashor's or Ginsu's in there. My expectation is we're probably going to see something closer to that Malignant Seraph's build, Mark.
I'm definitely down with it. We'll see if Insanity decides to stray away from it and opts for a little bit extra poking power with the Ludens, which is why I imagine that was the most common build when I was looking at the majority of Kog'Maws playing it mid lane. But I am a bigger fan of the other route just because MR Shred, you're dealing damage against 2 potential frontliners here in Perry and TF Blade. And then, of course, being able to stack a Lost Chapter item with another Lost Chapter item. Normally, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I have seen that you can get some crazy AP value out of the Saris by having that much mana pool in. And
Well,
Kog'Maw, in
Kog'Maw
particular,
really chews through mana, yeah.
yeah, he just rips through mana like nobody's business. And once you get to level 16, that is when you're hitting people from like a screen, 2 screens away, and you can really threaten with that super, super long range harass. So for Luminosity Gaming, I think the biggest thing here, Hawk, is while yes, you have lanes that can play early on the first spike or first 2 spikes here for Tactical hitting that Trinity Force, Tomio and Fate God on Leandries and Sundered Sky. Luminosity just want to make sure that they are in control of the game and not falling too far behind so that they have this AP Kog'Maw as a late game insurance policy.
And I do think pretty much as expected, Evolved getting the early push, but Insanity a minor health advantage, so that's something we'll have to continue to track. I also want to bring up a stat we just saw in the bottom lane. Tactical has a damage per minute of almost 900. That is very high. So Tactical's been doing the deeps. Viper also had a pretty impressive one, holding the wave as it looked like Stunt got chunked out and is low on mana. So small win early on for LG on the bottom side of the map. Unsurprisingly, junglers making their way down towards this side and away from the Orin lane. I think weren't expecting anything different right there. I'm not expecting too much early action. Again, the big playmakers for both these teams. We talked a lot about Perry, but Tomio as well. Very impressive KDA, and someone that also is the big facilitator for his team in his own right. I think once he hits level 6, that's when I'm expecting some action to start befalling Summoner's Rift, and him getting first access into the river for this crab is a good start. But it looks like he's going to cross, so he gives it over to Perry instead.
Yeah, Tomio did not want to contest the bottom side of the map. It seemed like even though he had push from both Zeyzal and Tactical, I think the fear was Insanity was too low and he didn't want to compromise his position in the lane. So he's just going over to the top side where Fate God at least should be strong enough to be able to collapse in case anything happened. So it's just a neutral state for both of these teams, which definitely plays into the hand of what Luminosity Gaming want. Bubble does connect though on the Tactical.
Yeah, that was a pretty huge trade. I mean, Tactical had already based, so I think that might have been part of the reason that Tomio didn't want to go for the crab as well. But yeah, Viper, he knows he's strong right now.
Oh, he flashed over the grand entrance! He was trying to predict Tactical's flash with the phosphorus bomb, a little too fancy for it. But Viper does get the flash out of Tactical in the end, and Conviction Esports are going to have their way with the lane in the early game.
Tactical gets out with 23 HP. Good patience on his flash. Not only was Viper, you know, trying to predict with the boss bomb, but at worst, I think he's like, okay, well, Tactical, you're gonna have to backstep. You're not going to be able to flash. I'm gonna find that extra auto. But Tactical, great spacing right there, does get away, but no TP to come back. So nonetheless, it is still a win for the Conviction bottom lane. And again, this is what we talked about. Force the hands check to happen. Viper and Stunt, they love to play these 2v2s. They went for the Corki Nami, and they're making things happen early.
We're definitely pushing for the hands check, and I didn't think that Viper and Stunt were going to still try and do it against who we consider one of the best bot lanes in
Nah, they're built like that, Mark. They're built like that.
I stand corrected, you know, my bad. I thought I was familiar with their game, but clearly I didn't put enough respect on it from before. I thought that by the time we get into the higher stakes for this playoff match, that Viper and Stunt would try to hold some restraint back, but they are still flexing their muscles here, and that priority gain by being able to push Tactical and Zeyzal back will give the opportunity for Perry to look for this first dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, Perry continues to be so smart with how he approaches the map in the early stages. I love this level 5 dragon start. Not only do you have a super strong bottom lane that is probably your biggest win condition in this game, but you also don't have the playmaking tools online for Luminosity yet. Zeyzal's level 4, Tomio is level 5, so there's not really any sort of contest to be had. So just take away that dragon before something can come down and kind of remove one of those big potential pressure points for Luminosity's otherwise superior early mid-game skirmish composition.
Remember that stat we saw at the beginning of our pre-show, Hawk, where it was like a 2,000 something goal difference on average for Luminosity Gaming at 15 minutes. I mean, the game hasn't busted wide open yet.
We've not gotten to the part where Luminosity really wants to scrap, but
yeah. But just keeping that in mind, because if Conviction aren't able to challenge them for that, then it puts Luminosity in a scenario similar to when they fell behind against CCG back in our first couple of weeks of the regular season. And then we'll have to see if Luminosity Gaming can find ways to come back if that is the state that we're expected. But like you said, it's still very early on. The gold lead is very even. We haven't even fought over Grubs yet, so we'll see if that changes anything between these two teams.
I will say one of the things keeping this bot lane 2v2 very close is Zeyzal has done a great job of interrupting the Conviction bot lane spaces. He's done it both times they've been trying to hit a timer, and it's meant that Tactical has really been able to keep up and farm with these sort of ruined timers. Stunt's out of mana. Viper doesn't really have a lot either. He's super low now. I mean, this is just really well played by LG, understanding their windows where they can trade back into this otherwise very strong 2 versus 2.
About 30 seconds away from that Grub spawn timer. Doesn't look like Stunt and Viper will be able to play for it yet. Teleport is coming up for both Tactical and Viper. Don't think it's going to be right on the same timer as
Teleport coming up for Zeyzal as well with the spellbook.
Oh, true. He's going to be ready to party. Stunt not opting in for the spellbook, just goes for the summon area, just a little bit of extra laning power, which probably enabled Viper to get aggressive early on in the first place. But right now you see that the True Shot Barrage does not hit Stunt in the back, trying to stop his recall. Looks like at least Stunt will be pathing towards the top side, ready to assist if Perry wants to make a move. He helps Evolve try to shove out or catches mid-wave. Perry's going to check the top side now, and Tomio should be able to just smite one Grub and then back off for now and reposition.
Nah, Tomio wants to keep doing these. He's got his support and his mid laner in his pocket. And again, this now with the level 6s online, ultimates online, is where LG is really going to shine in these river fights. Again, super difficult for Conviction to take space if TF Blade's not able to get in. He was too low on mana and HP. So Tomio, really good grub take by LG, and they don't really sacrifice resources anywhere. They kept all 3 of their farming laners in their respective lanes. So, I mean, just nicely done. And I think that's why it was also so big that Conviction was able to take that early dragon, because it removed just another one of those objectives that LG could look to pressure on, as now in a semi-lane swap, Viper could be a target. Good ward goes down, but it is spotted by LG. Let's see how Tomio can play around this.
Viper has no help
he thinks they base.
for
He's
quite
cooked.
some time. Oh,
Yeah.
the Q flash into the season assist right on top of the equalizer. Viper's flash. Can it come off in time? No, not a chance. Fake God picks up first blood.
Yeah, that was just really nicely played by Conviction, Luminosity, as Tomio, understanding that he does need to extend the CC chain with the Q flash, cease and desist, Fake God on exactly the same page with him, and I mean, just good commit right there onto Viper. Now evolved, he's out of mana, he's not gonna die.
And he sidestepped the last ultimate from Insanity. Doesn't need to, because both mid laners are out of mana practically. So Evolved managing to hold his cool and not having to burn that flash.
Mark, I feel like I've seen a lot of low mana bars in this game, but regardless, I mean, again, it's just a really nice commit. We sort of missed the setup, but I mean, Tomio just absolutely understood the assignment, as he always seems to in those sort of, fast plays, delaying the base, trying to find something to get an advantage. And I mean, sure, they both commit their flash, but they knew they had that kill on lock.
Yeah, and it was just very disciplined to understand the strict timer of Viper's flash. It was literally seconds away from coming back off cooldown. Had Fake God and Tomio waited to spring that trap just another wave, the window would have passed. So credit to our Luminosity jungle and top lane for getting that first blood in action there. But Viper, it's not going to be deterred. It does fall behind around 10 CS at the moment. We'll see if Conviction can bounce back, or if this is something that Luminosity can try and snowball with.
And I will say, not only does it put Viper just a bit behind, but Fake God is pretty big. And we've seen what large rumbles can do when they're piloted by Fake God or anyone in this league. He's up a kill at about 20 CS. This Ornn has not really been able to get purchase in this lane. But let's see if LG can get purchase into this dragon. Looks like the answer is no.
Yeah, not fast enough. Luminosity maybe thought about it, but because Conviction are able to burn that second dragon incredibly fast. There's no time for Luminosity to make a decent counterplay or try to catch them on the way out. That's 2 dragons going over to the Conviction Esports now, Hawk, and that's good for their state of the game, because remember, Luminosity Gaming, while they have a decent mid-game spike with a majority of their carries, I don't think Conviction Esports want to go super late against this AP Kog'Maw post-level 16.
I'm kind of curious, actually, because we think of Kog'Maw as this turbo scaling champion when he's played in the bottom lane as... Hold that thought. Great flash for Perry. He's out.
Away from the equalizer damage. Punts 2 members away, and the Shockwave now compromises Insanity. Called the Forge God from where? Oh, TF Play didn't even need it. Just a guarantee.
Oh,
but
we got him!
Insanity with the Acathian surprise will kill Perry in the afterlife and trade 1-for-1.
I really did not think that Insanity had the damage right there. Able to pick it up. I will say that's part of my concern with the Kog'Maw, though, is, you know, you take one step too far forward, you get hit by 1 CC ability, and Insanity was absolutely fried, not able to get away from this whatsoever. Great call to Forge God to follow, but Perry, unfortunately, did just get taken a little too low. I think it's pretty important that Insanity is able to trade this one out 1-for-1. And we were just talking about the Kog'Maw scaling more gold into his pocket. How much does Luden's AP Kog'Maw scale when compared with AD? Like, it scales well, but again, you have to be able to actually not be dead to scale, right? To do damage.
True.
And
True.
I do look at this Orin on the other side. I'm not immediately convinced that LG is going to appreciate this Orin going forward, shall I say. I think finding targets to dive on top of later on into the game for LG with all their ultimates kind of comboing together is going to get more difficult. So I'm honestly not sure that I immediately put a scaling advantage on the LG side.
I think the saving grace here, Hawk, is just the initial combo and burst of whoever Tomio and Zeyzal decide gets to die on Conviction Esports side. Because...
That Oriana's going to get a Zhonya's, you know, that Corki is going to be a Corki. I'm just saying, I agree with you. I agree with you. If they can pull off the dive, I mean, it's good, but... It's
almost like instead of throwing a Ziggs bomb, you're just throwing a Kog'Maw R instead on top of the target. So, and it
probably
does more
multiple
damage when
Kog'Maw
they're...
Rs.
Yeah, probably 1 or 2, depending on the CC duration that you get. And it does more damage when it's below 50% HP, so we'll see if it lives up to the hype. Insanity has done a decent job of poking, and he's not even at the level 16 mark yet.
He's about to hit level 11. Probably on this wave. He's going to be pretty strong.
Yeah.
It is the Ludens, Mark. So I'm actually
damage.
very surprised we're not seeing Malignance. I kind of would assumed that Malignance would be at least more favored and competitive, but I mean, Ludens will give more of that upfront damage. No tier for this Kog'Maw. So I guess it is just going to be that like Luden Shadow Flame 1000 AP one-shot build. Again, though, I do look towards the later stages. This Kog'Maw is not going to be frying the Sorin unless he goes like Leandri's Void Staff, right? So
Right. And I think LG are basically saying, we kill the backline first, and then we deal with the tanks
and then
later.
Orin is just there, yeah. And I mean, Perry did go for the Sundered Sky, so it's not a full tank Poppy, at least so far. Obviously building towards those Mercury Trezes. We do have a bit of a fight. Shockwave.
Oh, Shockwave pulls Tomio in, cease and desist right on back. A lot of CC exchanged by Conviction.
Huge equalizer.
The equalizer right on top. And Insanity's frying them with the living artillery. Look at the poke. He's hitting them from a screen away. TF League trying to create space for the rest of Conviction, but there's no space to create because the rest of the carries have already backed off here. Conviction losing out on 2 members in the fight, and LG only dropped 1.
Yeah, it's Conviction that tries to spring the trap onto Tomio, the big playmaker on the other side. But you know who does have a Leandries at this point, Mark? It's Fake God. This Rumble is going to be an issue for Conviction in these mid-game fights, as that equalizer, I think, forced 3 flashes, or forced 2 flashes and some sort of other mobility spell right there, as everyone from Conviction had to scatter once Fake God showed up to the fight. And the follow-up, you talk about Insanity throwing in the poke. How about Tactical? He was in the middle of 4 people just weaving in the damage. And LG end up managing to convert a 1-for-2. It is no objective on the follow-through, however, so it is just a couple of kills to maintain a 1,000 gold lead.
This is one of the lowest gold advantages that Luminosity has had at the 15-minute mark here. Not able to completely break Conviction open yet, but Conviction Esports are now starting to realize the power of this backline composition that LG have really drafted and composed for themselves, a lot of the power of this poke. And because of that advantage, they're the first ones in the river, and Conviction are not going to contest them on this third Dragon of the game.
LG maybe going to try to break down this tier 1 tower. They do have the Void Grubs, but Devolve free pushing on top lane and a Herald up. I feel like LG is actually kind of losing the plot on this play a little bit. I think dropping Waves top lane is not going to work out in their favor here. You look at the gold, it has closed a decent amount. It looks like the dive on TF Blade is going to be the call, but the wave's almost gone, and this is going to be first tower to evolve.
There it is. Rift Herald secure for Conviction Esports. And officially, Conviction Esports are able to get the first turret. TF Blade is going to die for the greater good of his teammates, making sure that he was able to clear out the minion wave and deny that first brick gold from Luminosity Gaming. As now, Conviction Esports looking to ram this Herald into the mid lane. They already got the feats of strength, but this is a big overstep by Conviction Esports. As now Luminosity Gaming trying to punish them here. Zazel gets dropped to 50% HP. Tomio now in the front lines as Perry's just trying to walk his way out, but Insanity is here for the cleanup crew, and he's about to spit all over them with the Acathian and living artillery. Perry still just trying to run for his life. I don't know if he's going to be found out here, but Insanity sees that he is on top of a control ward, and Perry's just trying to dance around it. I don't know if he has enough time. He gets the execute in the end of the day, but a massive win for Luminosity.
Yeah, execute denies the delayed ace, but it doesn't matter. It's still 4 kills going over to LG. They do lose their mid lane tier 1, but they equalize the tower trade in the end with Tactical being able to pick that one up on the back. And man, these mages are getting strong. I mean, this was just too aggressive. I understand the angle. Perry thinks he can maybe one-shot Tactical. I think to make matters worse, they don't one-shot Tactical, and they're just in way too deep. LG, really solid claps, and for the third fight in a row, Fake God just had an amazing angle. The equalizer got so much damage down, and I mean, the rest of LG just able to close the trap. All too easy for him. Shooting gallery in this fight.
Well, at least Conviction broke open 2 turrets on the top side of the map.
Well, and I mean, honestly, up until that very over-aggressive dive, I was going to say Conviction, they have been a great cross-mapping team, and I actually think that's something that LG has sometimes struggled with, is they're so good at grouping up and team fighting. They do sometimes drop waves here or there in order to make it happen. And I thought the trade for Conviction, getting the Herald for the Dragon and the Tower first on top lane, was quite good for them. It was just the overreach, right? And we said we wanted to see Conviction play aggressive, but it's a double-edged sword when you're up against a team like LG that can answer you in the skill checks. And so, you know, that's some of that maybe inexperience from Conviction coming through, getting punished pretty big. Third outer tower now taken for LG.
And the gold lead now extends to 3,000 in favor of our defending NACL champions. It's game 1 of the series, a full best of 5. The first one that we get to see from Luminosity and Conviction Esports for this second split of the 2025 season. The first best of 5 that Conviction Esports with this roster has seen to date. And we'll see how well they are able to either withstand this game or be able to withstand and endure the full 5-game potential banger that we have on our hands. Luminosity already coming out with a strong opener. I want to point out some of the item completions that are coming in. Shadow Flame, now purchased for Insanity, alongside a 9-stack Dark Seal. This is a very, very scary cog.
Yeah, I agree. I would not want to be Evolved or Viper right now up against that guy, that's for sure. I mean, even Perry, yeah, he's got a Spectres, but this Kog'Maw's going to do a lot of damage. And, I mean, if I'm Tomio and I'm Tactical as well, I'm very happy that my double magic damage dealers are so fed right now because, I mean, there is not going to be a single person on Conviction building armor for probably 10 more minutes because of how strong Fake God and Insanity are. So that's just going to make them fry that much more, as Tactical also having the big Ezreal 2-item completion. Viper still 9 stacks on the tier away from equalizing. Azazel, he's got a great angle right here. Fake God, he's got the TP. They might be able to close the trap. Here comes.
Keeper's verdict for the windup. I don't know if Perry's going to hit anyone because everyone
this
from
is a really good
Luminosity
angle.
gives space, and Fake God is teleported in for the collapse. Zazel trying to pincer them in. All 5 members about to get collapsed on equalizer right on top. Here comes the barrage! Living Artillery and True Shot Barrage from downtown Conviction Esports are completely routed. They're trying to run for their lives as Perry and TFLA make it out, but they can't say the same about their 3 other fallen teammates. Luminosity Gaming win big on the topside river.
I mean, everyone both watching this game and playing this game knew exactly what was coming, and Conviction, they couldn't do a damn thing about it. What an angle found as Fake God and Insanity pick up yet another kill on the way out. That's going to be Otacon going their way.
Chef Chalet serving up a Bio-Arcane surprise to kick off our first series of the upper bracket here for Luminosity and Conviction Esports. I feel like after this performance, Ben, anyone that's watching at home is going to be playing some AP Kog'Maw in their solo queue games.
Dude, I will be. I mean,
yeah,
shoot.
bro. You trying to hit up duo queue after
Yeah,
this?
I was about to say, we want to play some flex later, you know, put me in mid lane
baby.
as, okay, here we go, though. Conviction, they're going to try to go up tempo. Again, this team's got a lot of fight in them. This is sole point.
Conviction Esports.
Can Zazel get smite and steal it? That would be funny.
Oh, that would be absolutely.
Oh, Insanity!
Insanity steals the dragon! That's the power of the Living Artillery on any target below 50% HP. The Shadow Flame gives it the extra execute, and Perry was just not ready for
Perry's
that
gonna die
kind of
for
sauce.
it!
Cease and desist, not quite available yet for Tomio, but Perry's already kicked out multiple members with the Keeper's Verdict. They're trying to turn it around with TFLA's ultimate, but in the backline, they're just getting fried by the poke and the Living Artillery. Tactical is just going crazy because he knows there's nothing that can threaten him at this point in the game. Conviction lose yet again another 3 members in an instant, and Luminosity Gaming have full control of this map.
Never doubt David Chalet when he picks a crazy pick mark. 7-2-5 on the Kog'Maw. Him and Fake God are just on a heater. Fake God gets Keeper's Verdicted out, but it doesn't matter. Zazel knows this fight's completely winning. Look how far this Kog'Maw can follow up on the fight from, and Tactical just able to find the cleanup. Sure, you know, Insanity, he gives over his life. It just doesn't matter. This game is almost certainly over, especially with that dragon getting stolen. I mean, that felt like the only win condition that Conviction might have had, and it is now gone. 3 items about to start to come through for all of LG. I'd have to think on their next bases as, okay, Insanity, or Zazel rather, maybe a little bit caught out. He's got no teammates. He's dead.
Tidal Wave into Bubbled. Can he get the grand entrance over the wall? Doesn't look like it. Okay, well, not gonna lie, Zazel, that looked like BLG on from MSI. It's okay. LG,
You know, in
they
some
can
ways
still...
that could be a compliment, but
Well, I'm referring to a particular incident where FlyQuest almost came back. But
I'm
Luminosity
with you.
are still ahead by 5,000 gold. They have 2 dragons to their name. They're still in a winning state. Not ideal for Zazel to drop, but it's not game ending.
There's no way they just like send it anyway.
Hang away, 4v4. Whoa!
Okay.
I stand corrected. That was so much damage. They don't even need Zazel. Call it the Forge God. At least knocks up Tomio with the Keeper's Verdict, but Tactical is right on top of Perry's face, and he's just blasting it with the True Shot Barrage and the Mystic Shot. He goes down anyway, but Evolved, can he deal with the rest of Insanity and Fake God who are about to cook them alive on a spinner? And Zazel comes back from the grave with the teleport thanks to that unsealed spellbook, and Insanity cooks up 2 more. 10, 2, and 7. Chef Chalet on the Kog'Maw mid.
And it's going to be tier 2 towers getting taken. LG just running away with it. I mean, it was a 4 versus 5 on the map, but I will say Conviction committed 3 members to trying to push out a top wave when their carries were both mid. So, I don't know. I would maybe argue a bit of a misposition right there. Great buffer on the bubble from Tomio and able to lock down stunt. They have one-shot this Nami in pretty much every team fight, and Insanity with the Bio-Arcane Barrage and the Living Artillery, he doesn't even need to be in the Baron Pit to do this one. It's going to be an easy Baron take on spawn for LG. That's going to balloon the gold lead to about 9k as... Okay, I was really afraid Insanity was just going to kill Stunt again.
That was E into R, and it did like half of his HP.
That's a lot of damage.
Hell? He's not even low. He just hit level 16. I think the craziest thing about this Kog'Maw pick, Ben, has been we kind of teed up the expectations of, okay, Insanity is going to be the late game insurance policy, so he's not going to spike until we get to level 16. This man's been firing on all cylinders since he hit level 11. And even bits and pieces of that were seen at level 6 when he was able to force Perry away from the grubs.
I really
we
questioned...
we need to reevaluate this AP Kog'Maw.
I questioned how it would function in the dive comp, Mark, but he's just able to follow up from so far away at any stage of the game, right? And I mean, again, it's sort of what I highlighted about Conviction's comp. Perry's been leading the charge in all these fights, but he's playing Poppy. So he just does not have the lockdown or the damage on his own to actually solo threaten Insanity. And I mean, now that they're behind, Insanity's not threatened anyway. But yeah, I mean, I do kind of go back, I think, compositionally and stylistically. LG just had more tools. And now there's a 24-stack Magi's Kog'Maw on the other team. And I mean, soul point spawning for both squads. There is actually a, relative amount of river control that Conviction was able to take that they are immediately ceding. I think wisely so. At this point, I think you're hoping that Insanity flashes into a Shockwave to win this game. But even then, there is a 3-item Rumble that has not died, and there's a 3-item Ezreal that has died only once.
I think Conviction's only chances if, for some reason, LG, their main carries, all just sprinted into the fountain. Just be like, oh, oops, well, I lost control of my mouse, guys. I don't know what happened, but there's a lot of shutdown gold, and
the way that LG loses this game is if they open PayPal, I think, which is not going to happen.
Nope.
From this point.
Yeah, not with promotion tournament.
Definitely not with promotion tournament on the line. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No, I think LG is going to be pretty locked in on this one. They're just going to have Tomio solo take this. Control over mid. I would expect to see them transition their pressure to the top side of the map now. Look to take that last tier 2 tower. That would have their gold lead go well up over 10,000 gold. And then, I mean, you have a great siege comp. Ezreal, Kog'Maw, standing under a tower trying to clear waves sounds absolutely miserable against that, personally.
Okay, fight in the topside jungle. Zazel's the one that gets caught. Equalizer right on top of the front line here. Parry and TF Blade doing everything they can to soak it on up. They don't go down, but they lose about 50% HP, at least for the Ornn. Oh my god! Yeah, Viper's gonna have to take a quick trip back to the fountain just off the pressure from Insanity's Living Artillery. Parry tries to step on up, but that might have been
I don't think he wants this.
decision, because look at the Living Artillery, has to flash away the last one, just in case Parry would have given his life. Viper tries to now look for an all-in. Insanity forced to flash away. That's a big summoner spell taken off of the Kog'Maw. Can Conviction Esports punish, though, because they are down almost 11,000 gold at this point.
I mean, that's your window, right? Like, you got his flash. Let's try to kill the 4-item Kog'Maw, guys. 4.5-item Kog'Maw. That feels like the only way, as Perry just going to continue looking. He is 3 levels down on his opposite number. 33 petals having been claimed on that Otacon. I mean, yeah. I think at the very least, like, just looking for Copium, Conviction, they did manage to hold their top inhibitor, despite losing the inhibitor turret, so they don't have that extra point of pressure streaming into their base, at least just yet. Still going to make LG work for it, still going to make LG find another fight, but I think we saw, despite almost one-shotting Zazel in that last one, the damage was too much for Conviction to be able to stay in the fight. To make matters worse, Zazel was able to slink away with his flash. And I think maybe looking ahead, again, I want to re-emphasize this is the first best of 5 that Conviction has played in their season. LG, obviously, you know, this same roster was playing best of 5s in the last split, whereas this Conviction roster, brand new for 2025 split 2. And we're going to have to see how they function in the True Fearless. We talked about their creativity in the picks and bans, definitely can come through. Haven't really seen it yet in this game, obviously game 1. You know, no panics there, but I think we know LG has the tools to dig deep if this series were to extend. We'll have to see if Conviction is able to do the same, not just from a champion pool perspective, but also from a mental fortitude perspective.
And while I do agree, because we have seen it in the regular season and in some of the playoff games from Conviction's champion pool, I was not expecting Luminosity Gaming to have some creative pocket picks up their own sleeves. So now this is changing even my expectations on how the series is going to go. I still want this to go to a best of 5. But the fact that we seem to have forgotten that Insanity always brings a special marksman mid-flavor to the game, whatever season he is, whether it's Jhin mid from last year, Graves mid from 2023, and now this year...
I forgot about the Graves mid. Oh, that's
Kog'Maw mid. I mean, this guy is just like cycling through forgotten marksmen and is just able to bring them back in a way where he finds the angle. And it really does kind of remind us this appreciation that we have for the creativity that Insanity as a player can sometimes bring, even when for a majority of the season he is playing mostly the standard picks.
But always having that weapon in your pocket definitely make things scary. As, okay, stun. I think if he got hit by those 3 skill shots instead of dodging them all, he probably would have just died. I'm going to be honest. True Shot Barrage and ER from Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that's cooking someone. If it's Nami on the other end, she just might be forced out of the fight. Oh my god, just one living artillery took out 30%, 40% of her HP. Good golly almighty, that is a fed Kog'Maw, boys. And 24 stacks on the Medjai's. Yeah, that definitely hurts.
We're seeing a lot of patience from LG. You know, they're not wanting to over dive in, make a huge mistake, just trying to slowly advance their vision line forward, make sure Conviction can't enter for this Baron that has come back. I would assume this Baron is going to be what LG tries to use to close out the game. But part of me is sitting here feeling like, I feel like if Tomio just clicks R on somebody, they probably just kill them and win the fight anyway. But regardless, they're gonna do things by the book, which I think, you know, hey, if you're looking at promotion tournament being on the line, you definitely don't want to make any mistakes.
Yeah, don't F this
Especially
shit
no
up.
silly mistakes.
Yep. Luminosity Gaming know how important it is. These are the majority of the players who were just in the LTA last year. They want to fight for their spot to get back. Call the Forge God initiating
No
on the
flash.
flashless Kog'Maw, but no follow-up really from the rest of Conviction Esports, and TF Blade is forced to flash. The Baron is dropped by Luminosity.
Zazel's got the
Zazel is
angle.
waiting patiently on the flank. Parry immediately puts him in his place, but the follow-up is still there from Luminosity. The Equalizer cooks all of the members of Conviction, forces them back. The Flame Spitter just burns Viper alive, and that sets up for the rest of the dominoes to fall. Luminosity can just knock them down one after another, stunt the only survivor, but I don't think there's anything a fish can do to save this base from crumbling.
Yeah, stun. He's gonna be flopping on the deck of this one. LG was just able to gut CNV off the back of the Kog'Maw mid from Insanity. Shout out to Fakeon as well. 8-0 and 11. Huge game on the Rumble. And a great double prong claps from Zazel and Tomio to close this one out.
I know it's only game one then, but I'm putting my hands up already, because if I see an AP Kog'Maw as my opener, that's already cinema. It's we're in for a treat. If we can continue getting some spicy picks like this for the rest of the series. Now, as we talked about before, in a full best of 5, a lot of the standard picks outside of the Kog'Maw have already been used, so we're not going to see them again for the rest of the remaining games. So hopefully this opens up some of those niche pools in some of our very creative individuals on both sides now, apparently. We were mostly highlighting Conviction to bring that creativity flair, but obviously now Luminosity Gaming have some pocket picks of their own, and if we think back to the history of some of the individuals, even on Luminosity, we know that they're also very capable of that, but obviously we'll have to take a break before we get further into that discussion there. Game 1 is in the books, y'all. We'll see you on the other side for Game 2. Just to stall the fight, but Tomio and Fakeon fall over with their own flashes as they get the decimating smash.
Hey everyone, I'm Tomio, jungler for Luminosity, and I'm here to break down the early macro sequence that gave us a big lead going into the mid game against Darkseer Dragonsteel from Week 2, Day 2 of the NACL in this Pro Div Deep Dive. Starting off, we have a numbers advantage on the top side of the map, and we show as if we're looking to make a play on the top lane outer turret. Our vision line in DZ's topside jungle lets us know that Kizno isn't on the top part of the map, so Kaze and Bessa is forced to use teleport from bot lane in order to defend the play. Since we know that Kizno's Inzao isn't on the top side, his natural response to a top lane play from us is to use Rift Herald mid. Since we're not actually planning on committing to a fight top lane, I shadow mid lane and wait for Kizno to use the Rift Herald. I'm able to position perfectly to flank Kizno and Sajed, who probably expected me to be further towards the top with the rest of my team. I'm able to land all my CC on Kizno and we get the kill on him as well as the Rift Herald. This is a big swing for us since we deny DZ the tower, gold, and get a kill and the feats of warfare for ourselves. DZ at this point is feeling pretty pressured to respond with a play of their own, and since now have more members on the top side, they try to kill 5 minis Azir. He puts up the Sun Disc, which makes it a lot harder for DZ to kill him and gives Fake God San a great teleport. Toasty's Talia uses the Weaver's Wall to try to block off Azir and hit him with her full combo. But a great shifting sense lets him dodge the seismic shove and avoid all of Talia's damage here. Azir can kill the whole wave here, and once Mbessa misses her ultimate, DZ is in an even worse spot. We know we have a numbers advantage and DZ overextended trying to kill Azir, so we rush back top to try to pick them off as they're retreating. Zazel Braum has a great flash here to ensure he lands his CC on Talia and Nico. I'm able to catch up and twisted advance onto Nico, who has a good pop blossom to save this from being even worse for DZ. But we're able to get a kill on Talia and force the flashes out of all 3 DZ members here, and then go back to take the top lane outer tower. At the start of this play, it's an even game where DZ has a potential tempo swing by using Rift Herald. By the end, we've negated their Rift Herald and swung the gold lead by 2k in our favor, putting us in a commanding position to dictate the rest of the game and eventually take the win. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other NACL pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything NACL, follow Watch NACL on Twitter and make sure to catch the games on NACL's Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for game number 2 between Conviction Esports and Luminosity Gaming. And if you missed out on the first game, Luminosity did take it in stride, but the most spectacular thing about that game was Insanity giving them the Hawk Tua with that AP Kog'Maw vid, bringing it out here in our opener of this upper bracket best of 5, where the winner of this series qualifies to the promotion tournament and guarantees a spot in the grand finals.
Hawk 2 is crazy, man. Insanity's stealing my whole flow. But yeah, if you missed out at that first game, honestly, you just missed out. That was a fun game to watch. I feel like LG was just styling, and Conviction didn't really have the answers. Decent early game planning, but it was exactly as we highlighted after the draft. They just didn't really have the playmaking, and LG did, and that is immediately what I need to see changed for game number 2. Is Perry has to be put on something with offensive setup, because he was always the one going in leading the fights. It felt like TF Blade was oftentimes late or second or not willing to pull the trigger, and that meant that CNV, they just didn't have the tools. And honestly, I don't really hold TF Blade accountable for that, because that's how Conviction found success the entire year, was with Perry leading. So put him on something he can lead the charge with, because LG, they had all the answers. And speaking of leading the charges, man, Zazel on that Rakan, he found some great angles in this game.
Yeah, and when we think back to the opener of this draft for the side of Luminosity Gaming, we kind of already pegged it as these guys are just going to force a dive comp between Rumble, Vi, and Rakan. So then you can't fault Conviction Esports for necessarily picking the Poppy that early on in the draft, because they're thinking to themselves, okay, well, we just need disengage power and we need to peel for our backline in Orianna and Corki. So then the magic bullet comes in from that Kog'Maw. It's like, oh crap, well now they have long-range backline damage access without even having to dive. Yeah, they switched to a Pocom. So now, how can we disengage a damage backline that we can't even touch? So now they're forced to try and dive with champions that don't really want to dive. You have non-committal engages from Nami and Ornn, but who's supposed to go in? Just Poppy? That's a nightmare scenario.
Yeah, and it really did play out. I mean, that game, again, to give Conviction credit, it was close, but kind of slowly slipping away until the mid-dive, where they lost 4 kills and Perry executed, and it was like, that was the play that put the nail in the coffin. But again, that play might work if Perry and the rest of Conviction are playing champions that have the setup to go for those aggressive looks. I mean, I think some of the good things that we did see in that game, the near 2v2 kill for Viper in Stunt, that is what I want to continue seeing. Conviction not being daunted by the monolith that is LG and trying to take it right to him. But Luminosity understands the assignment, man. Maokai, Wukong banned out already. I think they also took out the Trundle as the third ban in the last game. So, I mean, they're focusing on Perry's champion pool. They are going to force him to dig deep in this full Fearless best of 5 and off of those big playmakers, which I think is a very sound draft strategy. It worked in game 1.
Yeah. And I think overall, the idea of a non-committal engage has been so good for both teams because it just gives you versatility, gives you options of deciding whether you want to go for a play or whether you're not. But
leave the Azir open.
The Azir is left open. I imagine that has to be in the minds of Conviction Esports. But if Luminosity are actively leaving it open, does Insanity have another pocket pick in mind that can go against the Azir? We know that Ziggs has been picked into it as a way to still be able to threaten it from long range away. Are Luminosity just going to go for a similar formula?
Oh yeah, baby. That's exactly, dude. Long range artillery yet again. Oh my god. And they've removed the big playmaking junglers. Honestly, I think Conviction just totally fell for the bait. $5 that Insanity would not have played the champion if it fell for him on 1 and 2. I'm being so for real. Dude, if we can get an interview with LG, like, I'm gonna ask them, and I'll pay up Mark if I'm wrong. Like, I really don't think Insanity was gonna play the champ. Now they've got 2 hyper long range AD carries with both individual agency and their own safety. At the very least, we do get Perry on big frontline, but I don't know, man. Like, I'm just already. It's a great mid matchup for Insanity yet again.
Does Tomio just slam Trundle here? Does he just slam Trundle?
Absolutely. I think there's no reason not to. And then you can just go like some sort of, bruiser setup for Fake God. Ooh, this is a Tomio special. You get the Skarner instead.
I think the reason why they don't go for the Trundle is because they're contemplating if they don't pick something with Engage, or at least like Teamfight Utility with the Impale, then maybe
right, you have to be able to set up the AoE.
Yeah. You have to set up the AoE, and you don't know if Fake God is going to be picking something like the Scion. They don't have the Ornn this time around either, so maybe.
And to your point, I was just thinking that TF Blade's best tank by far has been the Scion, and I think the threat of Trundle discourages that pick immensely. Honestly, could you go Scion if you're Fake God this game? I kind of wonder. Maybe you want to get him on something a little bit more aggressive. I mean, TF Blade on his signature Jax. I'm actually very curious to see where Fake God goes. I'm assuming you R5 support here, so.
Yeah, I'm imagining that for this allows Fake God to not be pigeonholed into a tank matchup so that he can at least contest TF Blade's Jax in the side lane, which is why they're making Tomio go for the Skarner. I do like the call out of the Vayne and the Melio because
Respect.
Viper has played the Vayne successfully 2 times now in this split. Braum as a nice way to try and block potential engage threats from Conviction, as they are still, their main engage tool is fishing with this Glacial Prison from Perry Sejuani. Luminosity now have a chance to try and pick their top laner of choice into the Jax so that they can maintain counterpick for Zeyzal in the bot lane.
And I think that Stunt wants Rel just basing off of the Braum Alistar bans. And I would really like this pick. Yeah, this is a great Gragas angle. Just keeps your backline safe. It's a phenomenal matchup against the Jax. And it's also going to contribute to big frontline TM. So it's just a good pick here. And I mean, like, we'll see what Conviction goes to if Rel is the option, if we see another Enchanter. Varus has been a big pick for Viper so far, but I'll be honest with you, Mark, I don't know if I think this is the best champion to try and shred through this front line. This is even worse.
Well, maybe the angle is to try and empower his front line, but yeah,
there's a Yunara on the other team. I don't really. I'm gonna be
take a
honest.
while for the
I
setup
think
to come
I
online.
just, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I mean, what do you go here if you're Zeyzal? You could go Rel yourself into the Nautilus. Rakan is already not available. Alistar Braum banned out. Leona is absolutely an option. Really great against Senna. Yeah, Rel I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you have the guaranteed AoE engage off the Magna Storm. That might set up for the Impale to follow up, or that initial clumping with the engage is all you need maybe for Insanity to feel confident about throwing a bomb over the top. Conviction Esports have a more standard front-to-back team fighting composition this time around compared to what they had in Game 1, where Perry can easily go forward, he can fish for engages. Def Charge is also a nice way to guarantee a point-and-click lockdown on someone, so if you can wait out the knock-up to connect before committing everything else on the board as well, there's better options for just going forward and trying to lock down a target that might be out of reach, especially when you're looking at Ziggs and Yunara here on the side of Luminosity.
Right, and that's the biggest thing, is you have the setup, both on stun and parry. So it feels to me like Conviction has said, okay, we're going to try to go forward again. And this time they have a composition that is built to do so. And they have a lot of scaling. My biggest problem is I feel like you're just putting so much on Evolved's Azir. It's a great Azir. My guy's got a good one, but this is a very safe backline for LG. They've got a lot of playmaking and individual agency in all of their roles. A lot of ability to create space, and I just feel like if Insanity and Tactical have the same game that they just had, it just feels tough for Conviction. I'm not a fan of this Senna pick, I think. I think would have preferred a more bona fide triple threat scaling composition here for CNV. Because also we look at the fact that Insanity is likely going to have mid-prio into Evolve. That means this Azir is potentially falling behind. And LG is going to be able to try to stack up advantages through that pressure that they should have in the river. I mean, the 2v2, in my opinion, also favoring LG. So I don't know how Conviction actually gets to that point where they're fully scaled and they can just drain tank and turn and burn this LG comp. It feels like it's too far away to me.
Yeah, this is going to be a different kind of challenge for Conviction Esports. This is going to be Viper's first Senna game, at least competitively here for Conviction Esports. Not sure if he snuck a Senna game somewhere else on a different team before this roster, but in terms of just from this split stats, first time we're seeing it on stage. We'll see if it's enough. But for everyone else in chat, it's time to throw up your predictions for Game 2. Who is going to take this one in stride? Is it going to be hashtag CNV for Conviction or hashtag LG for Luminosity Gaming? Right now, Luminosity Gaming, if you are just tuning in, leading the series 1-0 right now. Conviction still have a chance to make a comeback, but if Luminosity take this game, then they will be on match point, one game away from being able to punch their ticket to the promotion tournament, as well as the grand finals here for Split 2.
The fans still on the side of Conviction. Well, okay, it's seesawing back and forth. I love seeing all of the fans in the chat, especially because, I mean, at the very least, Conviction, I think they have a better composition this game. I'm just worried that it's giving LG all of the tools that they need to try and run over this game, but we'll see if CNV is able to keep up. My expectation is that LG able to send us to a match point. Again, as you said, promotion tournament on the line. This team, they've been thinking about it for 9 months now, I would have to say.
Yep.
And I mean, Conviction, I'm sure it's on the forefront of their minds as well, but LG, they were built from the start of 2025 with one goal in mind. As Zeyzal so eloquently put it, we may be old men, we may have been 7th place in the LTA in the past, but 7th place is good enough to make it to the LTA.
I mean, this might be a hot take, but this team is better than Dignitas. So, like, I would rather see Luminosity.
If only
there.
they were up for promotion.
Unlucky. Anyway,
Dude,
Luminosity
I will say,
Gaming.
dude, DSG. Sorry, DSG though. They went to 5 with Cloud9. That's pretty. Dude, our boys XU and Darkwings getting it done.
It's gonna make an exciting promotion tournament for sure. But here we go. Let's hit the riff for Game 2 between Luminosity Gaming and Conviction Esports.
And at the very least, Conviction, they got the tools to try to make their own plays. Perry's got the Glacial Prison. Stunt, he's got a big anchor and a depth charge to boot. I want to see if they are able to bridge their way into the mid stages of the game. Once again, I'm looking at the mid matchup. Evolved has got to be able to weather the storm. Known as Insanity. He was a one-man army in the previous game. But the biggest problem, too, is, you know, not only was Insanity popping off, but everyone on LG looked like they were at their peak form. Conviction, though. We know they got the sauce, Mark. Let's see it.
Currently taking a post here on that top line brush just above mid lane. Perry and TF Blade. Able to push in and drop a ward right in front of Tomio's face for that Raptor vision. Typical warding patterns, although Fake God now trying to poke into those blue quadrant jungle and see if he can get some information down. Perry's gonna dart right back to his bottom side of the map. Tomio is actually placing a defensive ward in that bottom river, trying to predict whether Perry is gonna go for a delayed invade into Tomio's blue side jungle here.
Yeah, and I mean, that would definitely get spicy. It is a, you know, tank v tank jungle matchup. I'm not expecting too many early fireworks, at least between the two of these guys. Both Tomio and Perry, to me, more so the kind of players that like to play around their lanes as opposed to around themselves. And it looks like that lane of choice is the top side of the map. I think the clear identification that TF Blade and Evolved are going to be the big carries for CNV, and so Tomio going to look to counteract that. But on the bottom side, we talked about it, 2v2. This Yunara, she's a pretty strong champ early game, Mark.
And Viper and Stunt are no strangers to trying to get volatile early on. So Tactical and Zazel trying to flex their muscles back and fight back against them. Oh, Evolved is taking a lot of damage from Insanity.
I think
Good
if
use of
Insanity hit
satchel
that
charge.
Insanity missed a bouncing bomb off the satchel charge. I think if he hit it, Evolved was just dead or would have had to flash. So kind of fortunate, but either way, I mean, he's still taking some pretty big punishment.
Yeah, Ziggs hurts, man. Ever since they gave him the buff on the E, he doesn't even have access to it yet, but just wait until the Ziggs starts really cooking on some of these choke point scenarios for Luminosity, which, when they are the first ones into the objective setups here, Hawk, that is going to get very, very uncomfortable for Conviction Esports to try and contest here. And already, this lane counterpick, this overall match counterpick that Insanity has picked for himself into the Azir, is already showing that he's well aware of the sauce.
19 to 13 on the CS. Not you know, a tremendous advantage yet. Again, sort of early pathing, early clearing. Perry, for the second game in a row, going to be a little bit faster to the Scuttle Crab, so that's going to feel pretty good for the side of CNV. But I think part of the problem, man, with Ziggs into Azir is Azir's a little bit shorter range. He has to stand in his minions to be able to farm, but that just makes it so easy.
Stunt might be in trouble here. Forced to flash away. Viper already used his own flash. Tries to heal him with that piercing darkness, but still just not enough to keep the support alive. That's first blood going over to Tactical's
That's gonna be two.
Are they going to look for another one? Under the tower, the barrier's popped. One more auto attack.
Oh!
Not enough. Viper barely survives.
Wow, I think Viper may be fortunate to get away with that one. I know Zazel didn't want to take too many tower shots, but I almost wonder if he could have weaved in one more auto. Either way, though, it's Tactical picking up an early kill. He's already based and gotten a cull, so he's going to have even more money, super accelerated into this game. And, I mean, this is what I was talking about in the draft, Rafa. It's just a superior 2 versus 2, a complete neutralization matchup in the top lane, and then a counter pick in mid, as it was just a really good look from Zazel with the crash down, able to, you know, potentially hit up both. Viper forced to flash early, and Senna just does not have the damage to keep up with Yunara in the early stages, really at any stage.
Yeah, when you're able to poke and prod, you can at least win the sustain war, but all-ins like that, yeah, the Yunara gets to thrive in those scenarios, and I think Luminosity just being able to take advantage of the fact that Stun and Viper have been known to go for these hands checks early on. Obviously, we saw that Viper and Stunt were successful with it in game 1, being able to push Tactical back out of lane. This time around, it is the Luminosity Gaming bot lane that wins out and even nets first blood. Now, the first dragon has spawned. Neither team has made a strong push for it yet. Conviction at least have priority, but Perry's already pathing to the top side of the map. So I imagine that Conviction are just going to take this extra time to farm up a majority of their top side laners here. And maybe the bigger play is just for the grubs, because TF Blade on Jax splitting with 3 grubs on your side sounds pretty good.
Tomio is actually dropping his Krugs. He's got an overwhelming vision advantage out of the bottom side of the map, and I don't think that ward just spotted him. He knows that there's no summoners, and Tactical and Zeyzal pulled the wave. This is a dangerous position to be in.
The slow from Tactical puts Viper in a position that could be deadly. Oh, Insanity from over the top. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit the dead center, but Stun is zoned away. TP from TF Blade's Jax. Is it going to be enough to turn this fight around? We'll see. TF Blade goes in with the leap strike, only finds the counter strike onto Zeyzal. Not really any threatening moves here. TF Blade pops the Grandmaster's Might, but it's just not enough damage from the Conviction members. It's a 2v3, and Tactical feels confident to hold his ground here.
Yeah, that is a bad teleport. I mean, Conviction, I think the pressure's getting to them, Mark. They really know that their bot lane is getting fried in this game. They have to do something, right? Tomio, super intelligent pathing. He don't need those Krugs. He's playing Skarner. What he needs is kills on the bottom side of the map. He needs to put Viper and Stunt even further behind, punish those summoners being down. So Conviction, they weren't accounting for that play. They tried to salvage it, but it just means it goes even worse. They lose the kill. TF Blade loses 2 waves. And yeah, Fake God, it means he only equalizes the CS, but I mean, it doesn't matter. He's playing Gragas, right? You're getting the gold in all the right places for LG.
Yeah. At the very least, Conviction Esports recognize the big sacrifice that TF Blade made, so they gave him the crashing wave that Luminosity Gaming had set up. But that means Viper is not able to pick up as much CS for himself as he would have liked.
And they've lane swapped.
Now, they have put themselves on the top side. Fake God, no teleport available, flashes available. Doesn't look like Conviction really want to force this dive. It's a full health Gragas, not that much damage. And unfortunately for Perry, he was on top of a ward. Oh, don't force it, don't force it. Okay, they got the explosive cask. Decent damage onto Perry's Sejuani, but I don't think Conviction Esports are really threatened here. Now, there's 20 seconds before the grub spawn. It might be enough time for Conviction Esports to still have advantage to set up that objective. Uh-oh, Tomio looking onto Evolved. Still has flash away, tries to flash. Oh, the auto attack, one more minion auto. It's not enough. Evolved barely survives. But now Perry is in trouble. He tries to run to the safety of Stun. The Mega Inferno Bomb does not find Evolved, as Insanity does not predict correctly where the Azir was trying to hide. But now Luminosity Gaming had the advantage. Viper was trying to collapse, but now he's caught out by Fake God. He gets ran into the wall by the Ishtal Impact. That's Feat of Warfare picked up for Luminosity, and they should be able to secure all 3 grubs here.
I mean, Mark, the lane assignments for Conviction have just gotten so horribly out of hand, and LG is just taking advantage. Insanity is way too strong in mid, so Perry has to go and try to salvage that play. But even though Evolved and him both survive with their flashes, that means they lose all their pressure around the grubs. And Stunt got magnetized down to the fight because Perry looked like he was going to die. So that meant that Viper was alone in the top lane still with no flash. And against a level 8 Gragas that rightfully disrespected the ability for a Senna, Nautilus, Sejuani early game dive. Meanwhile, TF Blade was not able to play the game against this Yunara and Rel. It's just like kind of, you know, one mistake. The TP, you know, trying to save bottom lane in the gank means that the whole map just kind of got messed up for CNV. Now they're 1.5k down. Now they didn't even get the grubs. Dragon has yet to be taken, but I think LG is completely fine with that.
Seems like it's just one small mistake leading into another mistake after another and another, and this has not necessarily been typical of Conviction Esports this split so far, but that just goes to show you the caliber of opponent that they are facing in Luminosity Gaming, who are forcing them into these uncomfortable scenarios where more errors are starting to come out of Conviction Esports, and they're not playing to the same strength as we have really become accustomed to. Now, Luminosity Gaming, ahead by a solid 1,000 gold mark. It's not the end of the game, but they have 3 grubs to the name. They have the first 3 kills. They are 2 objectives away from securing the objective feat. Or they could just go for the first brick and then boom. That is feats of warfare or feats of strength, I should say, completely secured for themselves here. And you look at the item breakpoints.
Oh, no.
You got a heart seal on Tomio, and he's ready to ruin Evolve's day.
Oh,
Install Impact goes wide. Okay, he's gonna scoop Insanity under the
Insanity's
tower.
taking, wait.
Oh, Insanity was taking the turret, and now he's caught. Stun is just gonna try to run him down. Flash dredge line. The kill credit goes over to Nautilus. Evolved able to hoodwink LG's mid laner on that play. Tomio forced to flash over the wall. Conviction Esports showing that you can't disrespect them that easily.
yeah, I mean, that was a good read on the dive from Conviction and Evolved, playing that one very well. Good recognition that Insanity had already tanked aggro. I would say a mistake from LG, but a good punish from Conviction does keep this game close.
Zazel might be the next target. He has Flash available. Should be fine. Flash into the Crashdown. He got stunned midair by the Permafrost, but still enough distance to get away from harm. Insanity has Mega Inferno Bomb still, if Tomio wants to look for a play, but there is no Impale available. Whereas Perry can turn things around with the Glacial Prison, but he would need the damage of Evolve. Looks like Yunar is starting to collapse here, so Tactical is going to be the first AD carry to at least join the fray. And Luminosity trying to set up for that Dragon control. Doesn't look like Conviction can contest, as TF Blade in a 1v1 against Fate God forced to pop the Grandmaster's Might.
I think silver linings for Conviction. One, they get a kill for their Nautilus, but it's a kill nonetheless. And more importantly, thwart the dive on the bottom side. But also, with all of the chaos that has been happening, TF Blade has actually been largely ignored. Tactical and Zazel have not really been able to put him in the dirt. You know, Fake God in the 1v1 hasn't been able to deny a lot of the CS, so he's actually farming very well. TF Blade maybe will be able to turn into a big carry. So, you know, it's small wins, but again, LG, they're still nursing that 1,000 gold lead. They were able to finally take the dragon that they so wanted, despite the misstep on the bottom side of the map.
That puts them one objective away from securing feats of strength on the map, or if they can find a way to break open a turret, thanks to the power of those 3 grubs, and the fact that you have a Ziggs on your team, which puts a little bit of extra fear into Conviction's minds, as their ability to hold on to these turrets once the plates fall off is not going to be very long once Insanity is able to walk in and throw a couple powered auto attacks and then a boom, satchel charge. Now Conviction, let's see what they can do now. The majority of their carries have picked up their first items of the game here, Hawk.
My problem is that, like, Static Shiv spike on Senna is a supremely uninspiring single item spike, at least when compared with Blade of the Ruined King here for Tactical. So he's just going to try to go on hit and really burn through this big front line, recognizing that consistent DPS is going to be necessary when your other major carry is a poke Ziggs. So I think a lot of responsibility on Tactical as the game does go later. Would like to see LG try to start opening up the map with this Ziggs. I think they've recognized that is going to be a big thing. I think, you know, I've been very critical of this Senna pick, Mark, as Tomio
Getting dropped dangerously low. Impale already grabbed Perry, but that's the 1-for-1 already, and Evolved is just going to swoop on in, punting Zazel, but it's the explosive cast that punts Evolved back into LG's hands. Conviction Esports losing out on their mid laner and their support. Luminosity Gaming, it's a trade for 2 for 2.
Not a great 1-for-1 right there for Evolved, because that also means the wave clear is gone. It's going to be first brick likely going over to LG unless Perry and Viper can clear out this wave. Doesn't look like it.
Plates be damned, it doesn't matter when you have a Ziggs on your team getting that execute with the satchel charge. Unfortunate stuff for Conviction Esports, as if it was any other champion, Hawk, that first brick was going to be in the hands of TF Blade and Conviction Esports.
I mean, again, the silver lining is that TF Blade is free farming a top wave, and it means that Conviction goes very even on the play. 2 for 2 in kills, 1 for 1 in towers, but Jax gets the extra money. That is exactly what you want to see. And what I was going to say before as well is I've been critical of the Senna pick, but one of the things it does have is the ability to nullify this Ziggs later on into the game. So I do think LG is under a bit of pressure to try to open up this map. That's why they've been so committed on this bottom side. Now with that tower gone, rotating their Ziggs up to the top side, they're going to try to keep pulling Conviction around, sieging up these towers. But, I mean, Conviction, they're doing a good job of keeping the game close, despite how rough that early game did look.
Yeah, the 1,000 gold lead hasn't necessarily ballooned or exponentially grown for Luminosity since we first saw that those three kills go over to their way. Conviction Esports are also the first ones to contest this Rift Herald with no answer from Luminosity, not even wanting to take a chance with it. So this is going to give further tools to Conviction to try and win some turrets back into their control. And if they can ensure that Insanity is not going to get free time on any of these outer turrets or even the mid lane turret, this keeps the map state safe for Conviction Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Conviction is very much alive because also, Mark, unlike last game, I do think I give a definitive scaling advantage over to Conviction with the Senna, Azir, Jax. It's just so much late game damage and range, and I mean, their front line is going to be massive as well. So, again, pressure's on for LG. They've been able to build the lead, but they do need to continue to, you know, expand upon it and capitalize. So I think objectives like that Rift Herald going over, it's really good for Conviction.
We have our bot lanes now posted up here in the mid lane so that they can shift to either of the objectives. We've got our second dragon of the game coming up in about 35 seconds. Baron, not for another 8.5, but Otacon will be in about 3.5 minutes here. So those two objectives, I think, posted up on the bottom side of the map. I think that's where we saw the Otacon pit. TF Blade getting spicy with tactical. A little frisky engaged. Zeyzal is forced to flash on the other side of the wall. The explosive cast punts away Conviction Esports. It's going to turn their attention back to the mid lane in the river. They're spotted on this ward, so LG know that they're trying to find a surprise pick in this line brush.
LG just has such good setup. Their composition very difficult to walk into with Gragas, Rel, Skarner holding the line, but this is the power of the Rift Herald. Conviction can try to trade this dragon for gold and map control. This is only second dragon of the game here, Mark.
Yeah, I think Conviction Esports, instead of trying to contest the dragon, they're just holding the line and making sure that Luminosity cannot stop the Rift Herald from getting 2 charges here. Yeah, the second dragon is secure for Luminosity. Mega Inferno Bomb will clear out a majority of the wave, but the Rift Herald does get the charge down, and the second tier turret is at least almost down to drop. TF Blade, it's caught in the middle, forced to flash away. Massive Magna Storm from Zeyzal trying to hold up the fight. Impale peels them all off, but Perry is still alive, able to use the Arctic Assault just to get away. And Luminosity Gaming not able to finish off any of the members here from Conviction Esports.
Yeah, I think Conviction's very happy with that sequence. Yes, they lose the dragon, but they get a mid lane tier 1, the most important turret in the game, and they get about 80% of that mid lane tier 2. No one goes down, and we're starting to see it. Insanity used the Mega Inferno Bomb on the wave. Luminosity lacking some of the damage to get through this CNV front line.
Might have been something that Luminosity Gaming did not calculate in hindsight, or they just didn't communicate. Who knows? Conviction Esports, at the end of the day, thankful, as you called out, that the sequence does not involve any of their members getting dropped in the aftermath of it. Now we look at Otacon being the next objective coming up in 1.5 minutes time. Spawning, I believe, on the bottom side of the map with the Otacon pit. Thank you, observers. Boom.
And I think the important thing is that LG does still maintain a decent amount of river control. Even with their mid lane tier 1 down, Tactical should be able to relatively safely farm up those lanes. But Conviction, I mean, again, they have a foothold in this game. They're rapidly approaching 2 items on their carries. We are getting to the point where they will really start to come online. And for me, this game going to very rapidly start to become much less about Insanity for the LG side of things, but about Tactical. He's looking for a Runan's second item here on the Unari. He's very close to it. He is going to need to fry. We saw how much damage he did. He half-health basically everyone on Conviction in that last fight.
Yep.
He's going to need to kill everyone on Conviction if these fights are going to be won.
Yeah, and this time, if Insanity does have his Mega Inferno Bomb for a finisher, or at least an explosive amount of initial burst in the first use of ultimates and engages from both teams, might be enough for Tactical to get the execution necessary to win the fight for Luminosity. Conviction have taken up space first, though, on this bottom quadrant. TF Blade hitting the turret. Teleport comes in from Evolve to assist with the turret destruction here. The siege is successful. Conviction Esports take out the tier 1 turret. Otacon spawns, and now Conviction Esports, they have so much control on all the entrances here, aside from that one tricky ward that LG put in the Otacon pit.
I mean, maybe an angle for a TP flank for Fake God, but I feel like it's pretty difficult to get in on this Conviction backline in a meaningful way, just when there's Emperor's Divide and a Sejuani and Nautilus potentially standing in the way. And Conviction, they have used that advantage that they got from killing mid-tower really well, Mark. The way they've transitioned their pressure from top side to bottom.
Oh, Evolve barely gets out of Tomio's grasp before he looked for the Impale and the Ishtal.
This is very aggressive.
Caught on the other side. Stun caught up in the middle of the fight. Zazel already used the Magnastorm. That's one engage tool gone from Luminosity Gaming. Might have been a little too hasty from the LG boys. Meanwhile, Viper still had push in mid, just forcing LG to respond and force the engage. They get the tier 2 turret in the mid lane for free. And now Conviction, they can try and play to catch Insanity, who gets stopped on the recall. He's gonna survive for now, but the satchel charge puts him in a way into the safety of LG's members. Perry does not throw out the Glacial Prison, but Conviction Esports are just constantly threatening LG without pulling the trigger yet.
LG, though, looking lost on the waves. It's something we touched on last game. Sometimes they overgroup for these objectives. Zazel engaging into the choke point, but he did not understand that his AD carry just cannot follow him to that place. And now,
is it the trap? Counter-Strike lands as the Impale pulls him right back into the team, but Insanity's not there yet. He finally arrives with the teleport. Massive damage with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Evolved and Viper are split off from their front line. TF Blade buys some time with the Counter-Strike, and the rest of Conviction Esports are forced to bail. They survive, but now it's an opportunity for Luminosity to take the Otacon uncontested.
Yeah, I think Conviction has lost the fight. That was so much damage in an AoE that came out very quickly from the Gragas, Ziggs, and Yunara. They're still going to try to look for this fight. A lot of low health bars. TF Blade's full HP.
TF Blade's in the middle of it. Counter-Strike Evolve just tries to clean up the fight here. Emperor's Divide pushes them back into the choke point. He's got him at range. Fake God and the rest of the members are trying to run away. Viper looking for the flank, but he's just a Senna. He's got to be careful with threatening a flank like that. Forced to flash, and TF Blade cannot get back in. Luminosity still trying to run away and spaced out the threats of Conviction Esports here, and they do so with only dropping one person.
This game is starting to get spicy, Mark, as a Dragon's on the map that's going to be soul point denial for Conviction, but the Otacon definitely the prize, as I think it was, what, one, maybe two members dropping, but so much adaptive force and experience given over to LG, but they lost a lot of gold. There was like 4 straight mid waves that they were just not farming during that sequence. LG committed to just trying to force the 5 versus 5s, and they haven't really found a game-defining advantage. They understand that this is their window. 2 items on both their carries. Tactical and Insanity so incredibly strong.
TF Blade pops the Counter-Strike, dodges the explosive cast, but here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb, decent damage. TF Blade not down yet, but Perry might be in trouble. Massive slow from Tactical, now transcended when he threw out the W. It's enough pressure from Luminosity Gaming to be able to secure the destruction of the tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
TP to the bottom side as well, preventing what has continued to be cross-mapping from CNV. As I think CNV understanding the assignment much better this game. Just keep disengaging. Just keep disengaging. You've got your Senna on about 60 souls, scaling up.
Glacial Prison right on top of Tomio. He has the flash available. The Impale.
Oh, the Impale!
Blocks up multiple members in the front. Flash from Tomio at least gets him out alive, and Tactical holds the line with his W damage. The rest of Luminosity are not able to get anything back off the backs of Conviction Esports' engage, but it's enough that they hold the line. And the gold lead to this minute, Hawk, still remains practically even.
But again, it does favor Conviction. Level 13 on TF Blade, level 14 on Evolved. These carries are going to continue coming online, LG, even though they're fighting back so well. I just don't know if they have what it takes to beat this trio of carries as the game does progress. 2 items on basically everybody. And these fights have been so explosive, Mark. We have to keep tracking these ultimates, these big AoE spells. That is everything in these fights. And for LG specifically, it's all eyes on Tactical. If he dies, I think the fight is immediately lost every single time. And you know that TF Blade has marked a target on his back.
Baron has officially spawned at the 25-minute mark here. Conviction Esports a little late to the map. as Luminosity are going to take control of the topside river. There's a couple wards that still give info over to Conviction Esports in that river, as Luminosity are able to take out one with the power of that control ward. Another one is dropped for more information on the side of Conviction, and Evolved committing to the side lane split push here, continuing to farm up a storm here on the Azir.
Yeah, he's big strong, Mark. He's got nearly 10 CS per minute. Seeker's arm guard completion is pretty big as well. I feel like being able to dodge out potentially a lot of that Ziggs burst is going to be impactful. Evolved, obviously, if you ever get CC'd up, he's probably dead, but, you know, just don't get CC'd. 5-head. I mean, like, unironically, though, like, at this level of play, yeah, at this level of play, like, you just have to not get hit by the Impale or the Rel engage. Like, you just have to be good enough to use your Emperor's Divide and your Shifting Sands and your Flash and your Seekers, all those defensive tools to just try to avoid the spells and make sure you have as much uptime as possible.
And with the Rylai's, he can control space so well, reliably for Conviction Esports, which is why I think they were so confident in still taking the fight, even though they were probably not going to get the Otacon without Perry back on the map. They still tried to at least force a 3-on-5 and nearly did enough damage to take out more than one person, only ended up getting Tomio in the aftermath. But for this next fight around the Dragon in 55 seconds, I don't think Evolve will have a full third item completed, but it's a significant advantage that this Azir clearly is going to be the star for Conviction Esports. We have to keep our eyes on this champion to see if Luminosity Gaming can either make him pretty much taken out of the fight, or if they're going to fall prey to the Golden Emperor himself.
Dragon spawning in 25 seconds. And the tier 1 tower, excuse me, not still standing. For some reason, I thought Conviction had their mid lane tier 1. I'm cooked. Okay, well, either way, LG gonna just try to fight for space in the river. I feel like whichever team is able to walk in first, so impactful. You know, trying to walk through Ziggs bombs or Azir soldiers, just not a pleasant experience on Summoner's Rift, I would say. So, right now, Conviction controlling the mid wave. I mean, like, how do you get through this choke if you're LG?
And now that Evolved hits 3 items with the Zonias fully upgraded, Luminosity Gaming are essentially operating on a 1-item deficit from their mid laner in Ziggs. And he went for the Crypto Bloom as well, so not necessarily the highest impact damage item on
TF Blade has a flank.
Zeyzal is looking for the deep flank, as you called out. No one has spotted him yet. Zeyzal, he's ready to make the play. Flash back to Storm into the middle, but Evolve pushes them back with the Emperor's Divide, and TF Blade is holding the line here. Stun is the first one to drop. TF Blade on the front line. Punch Zeyzal back into the fountain, as Luminosity Gaming now looking for this Jax, but he's able to leap strike back to safety. Evolved and Viper hold their ground here, as now Luminosity trying to contemplate whether they want to start up this Dragon. Parry is below 50% HP. Gonna use Jungle Privilege to heal back
Health bars
up
favoring
decently,
LG.
as TF Blade gets hit by the Gragas on the body slam, and Insanity's trying to work his way down, as TF Blade is forced to flash over the wall, has the TP so he can rejoin the fight, expending a full HP bar. 3,000 on the Dragon, 2,000. Parry, I don't think he can get in. Tactical forces him away. That puts Luminosity Gaming on 3 Dragons and at Soul Point.
Oh my goodness, LG continues to win these fights. Mark, they're so damn good at team fighting. I mean, Conviction is scaled, but a good explosive cast from Faker to try to split up the fight and turn off Evolve's DPS. Conviction, though, I mean, this team has no quit in them.
I know that a majority of spells are gone from Luminosity, but Insanity is about to get Mega Inferno Bomb back from his cooldown, and Conviction Esports know that Luminosity Gaming are coming back to challenge them, and they drop the Baron. Do not want to risk throwing the game at that objective.
But again, LG, yes, they win the fight. Yes, they get the objective, but it's not the game-defining advantage. Conviction still lingering around with their 1,000 gold advantage. They're still going to get more items on their carries. And the game still continues as LG, at the very least, does thwart the Baron, but absolutely no surrender here for this Conviction team, man. I love how every time they lose a sequence, they're always trying to look to see if they can get something back. You know, sometimes we see teams panic and try to overlook for things, but it feels like Conviction, it's always You know, it's that optimism. They're so scrappy. And I mean, it's Luminosity has had to respect it multiple times already in the series.
Right. It's measured. Conviction
Yeah.
Esports have shown that they are at least quick to think on what the next best solution is, but they don't overplay their hand always. Now, Luminosity Gaming have been able to force them in a couple of those scenarios this series so far, but that has been really the first time we have seen that from Conviction for a majority of the season, and definitely the first time here in playoffs since Conviction, up until this series today, Hawk, had yet to drop a single game. Now, Luminosity Gaming, despite being down in gold, have controlled a majority of the objectives this game, and once again, it's Luminosity that are forcing Conviction to play to their tempo.
And I mean, Luminosity understanding, hey, we can overgroup and go down a little bit in gold if we get those
Oh,
advantages. They
right
got tactical!
on the tactical in the back line!
That's it!
They blow him up! That's the big pick that they were looking for on Conviction's side, and Insanity is forced to turn tail. Tomio gets dropped immediately after, and now Luminosity Gaming have lost out on 2 key members. That's a free Baron for Conviction.
I mean, that might just be the fight, the angle that Conviction needed to take full control of this game. How did Tactical get hit by that hook? He had flash up. A tremendous mistake from the AD carry of LG, and that's going to keep Conviction on the front foot of this game.
It was just only a mere 1,000, 2,000 gold advantage will now explode in Conviction's favor. The final nail that they needed to break the game wide open. And just like that, Ben, Conviction Esports find the advantage they were looking for.
I mean, that's crazy. I need another look at how Stunt found Tactical there. Like, I didn't think a fight was going to start. Stunt just walked up and hooked the carry on the other side, and we said it. With Tactical gone, LG, good recognition. They got out of there. We don't get to see the setup of the fight, so still just a mystery as to how Tactical got hooked. But that could be a huge mistake, one you cannot afford to make when promotion tournament is on the line.
That hook could have been the difference between LG being able to hold on for Cloud Soul and then pushing Conviction to match point. But now could just be Conviction evening up the series and giving us that full game or 5-game series that we were hoping to get between both of these teams, as now Luminosity Gaming find themselves on the back foot, trying to defend their base from crumbling. Perry takes a lot of damage. Massive Impale and Magnastorm opening up. Explosive cast punts them all askew here, but Viper's able to keep them all topped off thanks to that Dawning Shadow, and TF Blade barely survives with less than 100 HP. Tactical
That's a lot of lifesteal.
still trying to
Oh
fight
my.
back as he takes up the mid lane here, but Conviction still keeping all 5 members alive.
I mean, TF Blade living is huge because you can also TP back, and now Conviction can continue the siege with Fake God still down for 35 seconds.
Natural charge doesn't get any value there. This turret finally gets dropped by Conviction Esports, and now Tomio might be the next one to fall. Barely makes it out alive thanks to that Ishtal impact, but TF Blade is just bopping away on the inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and now both inhibitors about to fall in favor of Conviction Esports. Luminosity Gaming can't do anything to scrap or salvage a kill back in their favor, and this should just be Conviction picking up the dragon on their way out.
Soul denied Conviction. They've shattered the base with 2 inhibitors being down. And if you want to play like what you're seeing on your screen, a scrappy, no surrender Conviction, make sure to check out our sponsor, ProDiff.gg, and learn from current and former LTA and NACL pros.
Now whopping 7,000 gold advantage for Conviction Esports. That's a hell of a Baron Bauer play if I've ever seen one in my eyes. And it's the largest gold advantage that we have seen yet this game. As a reminder for anyone who is now just tuning in, this game was so even, so back and forth. A lot of objective advantages netted by Luminosity for a majority of the game, but Conviction Esports maintained a lot of really consistent farming for their carries, being able to pick up a lot of side lane waves for themselves, and they were just waiting, Hawk, biding their time. And even though they weren't able to get massive advantages and wins in some of those earlier fights, by the time they get that game-warping pick, probably game-deciding pick on the tactical just a few minutes ago, it has been Conviction ever since leading the charge.
Yeah, I mean, that hook from Stunt just completely changed the game. And I mean, look at the kill score. It's 8-6. LG with only 6 kills, despite all of the fights that they looked like they were winning. Oh, big pick.
Is Perry in trouble? He's in the middle of all 4.
It's a Sejuani.
Forced to flash away. The explosive cast punts him back. That's a big shutdown going over to Tactical's pocket. It's now a 5-on-4 in favor of Luminosity Gaming. Can they fight through?
Oh, they got Evolved!
Magastorm no longer available, but Evolve pushes them all back with the Emperor's Divide. Goes golden with the Zonias. Flashes away from the Satchel Charge. Stun in trouble, but he is able to dredge line and Spider-Man his way away. Luminosity Gaming not able to find any more members. TF Blade is going back in with the counter strike. They want to force the fight. Stun also going back in.
Wait, Insanity base!
Root from Viper. Insanity did base, and Dawning Shadow will find the revenge kill on Tomio. Now it's a 4-on-4.
Oh my god, I mean, TF Blade's a psycho for that. He re-engages at the 4 versus 4 because Insanity had gone back to base. Knew he had the Seekers to be able to buy the time. I mean, it ultimately is just going to be the 1-for-1. LG buys more time in this game. I think the bigger story for me is that was a lot of flashes off the side of Conviction. Parry and Evolved and Stunt all using the cooldown in that previous fight, whereas LG didn't use any. I think they can get all their flashes back up, I think, either when this Baron spawns or not too long after in the case of Zeyzal. That to me is much more important. It's about the subsequent fight. Evolved still has the Zonias on cooldown for another minute or so as well.
Can Luminosity Gaming use that advantage and punch their way back into this game? We pretty much coined this game as Conviction's game to win and also lose, because they were the ones with the major advantage and the major scaling power. As we noted before, Senna had at least reached above 90 souls at this point in the game. But if Luminosity can find another huge pick off of these flashless carries, could be the key to bringing this one back. Stun, caught out potentially here. Parry tries to go in, leading the charge. TF Blade follows up, beautiful counter-strike right into the front line, and Evolved is zoning Insanity away. He punts a Mega Inferno Bomb on top, but it's just not that much damage onto the front line. And TF Blade is just going crazy. He's able to bonk Zeyzal to death. Luminosity now down to 4 members. TF Blade getting chunked to 50% HP, but still healthy enough thanks to the power of Viper's heals on the Senna. And now Luminosity Game are going to have to face check into darkness to stop Conviction from taking the Baron. But with Tomio's position, it looks like Luminosity Gaming won't even try.
Yeah, you've also got super minions coming in the mid and bottom side. I mean, Insanity maybe can try to get cheeky with it with a bomb. There are a lot of low health bars. But it feels unlikely, Mark. A good Baron take. And I'm going to be honest, I think Conviction's front line is too big at this point for LG to win a protracted 5 versus 5. Tactical was not able to free hit during the Magnet Storm because he was getting zoned away, and Insanity was just not in position to be able to follow through.
Dragon's coming up again in 40 seconds. This is Luminosity's Cloud Soul yet again, but it has been continuously denied for the past 10-15 minutes of the game by Conviction Esports successfully. I don't imagine that with both of their inhibitors gone, Luminosity Gaming will have a chance to look for that soul either. Conviction should be able to play with their Baron buff, push on these waves, and if they're not able to end the game off of a Baron push here, then they'll probably just be another Cloud Dragon for themselves as Parry.
TF Blade has a really good flank angle, though. Tactical has no cleanse, and he's gonna find him!
TF Blade is just gonna look for Tactical, forces the flash out of him. Dawning Shadow comes through, decent damage into the back line, and TF Blade re-engages now, goes golden, avoids the Magna Storm, disengage, flash, counter-strike right into the back line from TF Blade. He's just disrupting them, while Tomio has no damage to back him up on the front line. Zeyzal gets dropped immediately, and Luminosity Gaming now down to both Fake God and Tactical, and it might just be enough for Conviction to try and end this game as TF Blade takes the base, immediately TPs back in so they can look for the 5-man push to end this second game.
Yeah, Tactical, he does so much damage, but it just doesn't matter. There's too much frontline, too many health bars, and the TP and the Warmogs means that Conviction is back. It's a 2 versus 5 to try to save the game, but I think this is going to be Conviction equalizing the series.
Fake God gets rooted and blown to smithereens. Tactical is going to be next. The Counter-Strike stuns him in place. That's the ace for Conviction Esports at 39 minutes, and Conviction will even up the series 1-1.
And what a game. one that was so even. I mean, shoot, it looked pretty bad for Conviction for the first like 10, maybe 15 minutes, but they just said, we are going to do nothing. We're just going to cross map every play. We're just going to make sure we're getting ourselves gold, and we're just going to make sure our scaling can come online. And one hook from Stunt. That's all it took to completely turn the game around. One big mistake from Tactical. That's all it took to completely turn the game around. And Conviction are able to take a game off of LG and put us at the very least towards a 4th game. And I mean, Conviction, they've proven that they're here to play.
Getting to see a more standard game from Conviction Esports and being able to beat Luminosity Gaming at it too. The fact that Luminosity had a majority of control for the objectives here in the second game, and Conviction just knowing that, you know what, we're going to trade some of these objectives for extra side lane economy, and they found their moment and they were able to capitalize so beautifully on it. So now it's a 1-1 series in our upper best of 5. The winner of this goes to the promotion tournament and qualifies to the grand finals. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 3. See you on the other side. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Luminosity Gaming and Conviction Esports. And shout out to Stunt finding the one hook to change that second game. Be able to put us now at an even state, 1-1 between both of our teams. Both hopeful to try and net that first spot into the promotion tournament as well as the grand finals here for Split 2 of NACL.
One hook. That's it, all it took. And I mean, you know, LG, they found their one pick on the parry, but Conviction was still able to fight back from that point. They had a huge scaling composition, and they were able to pull out the win. Now, to temper some expectations, Mark, they did do it with the Azir and the Jax, which I think are two pretty big picks for Conviction when we look towards, Fearless Draft. Whereas I honestly don't feel like LG used any major signature champions. But obviously, hey, a win is a win. Fearless Draft is one thing, but you just got to win 3 games to be able to move on to the promotion tournament. So,
True.
I mean, we'll see how it does change things, but at the very least, Conviction has more than proven that they can keep up with LG.
And now this puts us into a interesting scenario where we're at least guaranteed game 4 of this best of 5. Going into game 3, a decent amount of the standard picks have been eliminated. But like you said, some of those standard picks are bigger comforts for the side of Conviction Esports, whereas for Luminosity Gaming, Maokai is still available. It's getting permabanned. Trundle is still available. Wukong is still available. That Jungle Skarner wasn't necessarily something that Tomio had put a lot of priority in, at least for the second split overall. So when you look down the board, I think there's still a lot of things at least left to play for when it comes to some of the comfort picks and the standard stuff for Luminosity that they've put a lot of time into excelling at in the regular season. And for Conviction Esports, now is the time to start seeing, okay, do we start busting out some of the spicier stuff that no other team is playing? Like, do we get this chance to see the Riven bot lane AD carry? Is that when Viper gets comfortable with that? Do we see TF Blade running back to carries instead of tanks for this team? Because I think that's where my mind is at, Hawk, is who is trying to be the tank and engage for the side of Conviction Esports? Because you already mentioned that Stunt excels on enchanters, can play tanks and engage, but definitely excels when he is in the enchanter role. And so now it seems like with TF Blade taking the mantle of the Ornn off his shoulders and going for the Jax, he looked like he was thriving in that second game in particular.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, TF Blade on something that he can fight with in the side lane, and also Perry just on something he can play make with. That's not the Poppy, right? So I think that's big. Looking specifically at the jungle pool is where my eyes are really drawn as we move forward in Fearless, because you mentioned the Trundle, Wukong, and Maokai bans that we've been seeing, as well as Pantheon having been banned in some of these games as well. Something's got to give, right? Either we're going to keep banning these champions and we're going to keep going down the tier list, or one of them's going to, or both, multiple will get left up and we're going to trade them back and forth. And that's a huge question that I have now as we're getting ready for this draft, is what gets left up. So far, the Trundle and the Pantheon have each only been banned in one of the 2 games. And then you've also got the Xin Zhao, which has been banned in neither game. That's been a big pick for both the junglers as well.
This preemptive Jarvan ban from Luminosity.
So it's going to continue to be jungle focus.
Yep, they're targeting Perry on that one. That is a signature. Obviously, a lot of our junglers have picked up on the Jarvan this split, but I feel like Perry was one of the first adopters because he's been a long-time Jarvan player. And all of our junglers have now picked up on the fact that it has been a pretty good answer into Trundle when all the other skirmishers are either available or not ideal options into Trundle, but they're banning the Trundle as well. So now, with Maokai banned away from Tomio, this leaves Pantheon and Wukong, and unless Luminosity opens up the gambit for that,
I think that'd be one Pantheon. And unless Conviction is down, I feel like it's a B1 Pantheon. The other thing that I could see is, like, again, Scion Prio always rises when the Trundle is gone.
Yeah.
Looking through other roles, like Alistair is another major pick that was banned in the last game. And I feel like it's the premier engage support that is still on the board. I feel like that goes up pretty significantly for Zeyzal in priority this game. I could see that getting picked in the first 3. And then also Lucian, a very, outplay-focused AD carry that either one of these guys could get their hands on.
I like that Conviction do not give Luminosity the guaranteed option of securing a priority jungle pick for themselves. If they were to get Pantheon, they would get Wukong in the trade and vice versa. So Luminosity instead opt in for a priority top laner for Fake God by slamming this Renekton.
This is interesting. I mean, Fake God is a Renekton merchant. Like, I'm not surprised that I'm seeing it get played this series. B1, though, I mean, this feels to me like Luminosity does not want to tell us what they're doing with their composition, right? It's like, okay, Fake God, you're gonna be fine, right? The Jax is gone. That's one of the big like things that can prey on the Renekton. Now we want to see what power picks, what prio picks Conviction's going to take, and then how are we going to answer into it. I mean, Luminosity already in this series has been very aggressively counterpicking towards the mid lane. So I feel like I'm going to see that continue, if I had to guess.
Now, most of the time we see Annie paired up with the Wukong because it's a great facilitator in the mid lane to just guarantee that Wukong gets snowballed and hand-fed a bunch of these kills. But Conviction do not opt in for the Annie quite yet, going for the Varus, which has been a trademark champion for Viper this split, and a power pick. And something tells me that Evolved might be the type of player that you don't want on Annie, not because he can't play it, but because he can excel on so many other champions that are much more mechanically difficult to pilot, and you're going to get a lot more value than just him being on a sunbot.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do agree. It's not a very Evolved coded champion. There's the Alistar that we talked about. I mean, I think you're probably saving your R5 for Evolved this game since you do already know your top matchup. I feel like, well, yeah, you're probably just going top lane here for TF Blade. You also don't want to let TF Blade continue to get banned out. There's already, you know, Gwen off the board.
You've like Silas here.
That's possible. I would be surprised if that was the option. They actually go Braum. I mean, it is a very like go-in sort of composition here for LG. You've got Perry on the playmaker. You know, I don't hate this pick, but I do feel like Braum's usefulness is at least, to my eyes, limited at this exact moment. It is a good pairing alongside the Varus as well, though. So, you know,
it's also
don't hate
in
it.
the it's also in the triple melee. So I think I
Now,
like the angle that they're going for.
I'm really curious what TF Blade wants to go for, because they think that the Braum was going to get banned, and so they valued this pick. But I mean, could you just ban out a couple of champions here that, you know, you think TF Blade wants to play, or do you think Fake God can play into anything and instead ban out Evolved and try to get a protected blind pick here for Insanity, which I think also makes a lot of sense.
Meanwhile, Conviction taking away options from Tactical that could further empower or benefit from this very aggressive composition that Luminosity have drafted for themselves. Sivir, obviously a nice late game option, and Kai'Sa would have benefited off of the multiple dive options that Luminosity had at their disposal. So now, this puts your remaining AD carry options for Tactical, things like Tristana that he's pulled out in the past. If you want some late game insurance, maybe Smolder. I don't know if that's good in this scenario.
Could you play either Jinx or Aphelios here? I know they've not been very popular this split as a whole, but I'm just sort of looking at like, you know, like you're definitely not going to play Misfortune. I feel like if you play like something super scaling, like the Smolder that you mentioned, you're just going to kind of get poked out of the lane. Jhin feels very vegan to me. Maybe it could be a Jhin game.
Well, they banned the Scion, so if they can guarantee that it's not a tank in the top lane, but they're not going to find out that option. The fact that Evolved is blinding, giving full confidence to TF Blade to be able to look at every option that is coming out from Luminosity so that they can determine whether or not what kind of champion TF Blade is going to slam in the top lane.
Now, I will say, this is a bold strategy because I think one of the biggest problems for Conviction this series has actually been giving Insanity free counter pick, and I think this is a great Hui game. I mean, you're going to have a lot of guys just kind of running at you, and you're going to have a range advantage over, you know, this Varus or Victor, or at least be able to keep up with the long range that they're putting down. And I think Zeri, yeah, makes a ton of sense. Great ability to follow up on the CC that Luminosity has, picking out individual targets. And a big problem that Conviction has to solve right now is Perry's the only one going in. And this front line from Luminosity is not the biggest, but they've got a lot of ability to try to harass this immobile backline. So what does TF Blade go to that can try to both protect the backline and follow Perry into the fight? Shen fits the bill.
There you go. You ult the Wukong so that you have a Shen delivery system that can try and follow up and continue to just create disruption onto the Zeri or the Hui. But then, like you said, you have now protection and being able to join either Viper or Evolved caught out in the side lane, or if they get collapsed upon early. That Stand United shield is going to be so nice. There's not any real Serpent Fang users on the side of Luminosity Gaming are ones that can afford to build it early, so that shield is going to get a lot of value later on into the game. Conviction Esports, once again, it's not as much of a team fighting composition as they had in Game 2, because they don't have any... I guess not more than one traditional tank here, but Shen can be a decent frontliner. I really look at this more, Hawk, as just Conviction trying to either react to the aggression that Luminosity are coming with in the early game and diffusing it with the power of that Cyclone and the Stand United to turn around. And you have so much terrain control with the remaining core.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. This is a pretty elite kite comp here for Conviction. Like double, Victor Varus backstepping with Braum and Shen in front of them and Wukong. It's really difficult to get in if you are LG. And LG, they need to get in. I mean, I think the saving grace here for LG is that the front line for Conviction is able to just be burned down. You've got great range from both the Zeri and the Hui. And once again, it's all on Perry to get the fight started, which is better than Game 1, but in Game 2, they had multiple members that could weave in and out of the fights. And yes, the Shen can follow Perry in, but it is just going to be a Lone Ranger Wukong if you're trying to get these fights started on your terms. Conviction, amazing at creating space. Luminosity, they're going to have to try to find a way to break that. I think flanks from Zeyzal going to be important, but I think early mid stages, good skirmishing for Conviction, but not exactly the agency to start all the fights on their own terms.
And I think the interesting breakpoint between Luminosity and Conviction Esports is while both Hui and Zeri can scale later into the game, similar to Varus and Victor, especially if Varus goes like an on-hit build, since Viper has done that in the past year in the regular season, Pantheon does not scale like the Wukong.
Yeah, true.
So that's going to be a big problem, and Shen is going to get more value as a frontliner building tank items than Renekton is, even though Renekton can be threatening if he finds a flank on the backline. Still, not a true tank. But enough of the draft here, Hawk. It's time to ask chat who y'all think is going to be taking this game to victory. Either hashtag CNV for Conviction or hashtag LG for Luminosity Gaming. And also, if you want to continue the conversation, make sure to use that hashtag NACL on all of our social platforms at NACL and at Watch NACL on Twitter specifically. This is going to be a tough one, Hawk, because like you said, you have elite kiting availability from Conviction. I think the trick is for that composition, though, you want to make sure that you're the first ones to objectives, because if you are dependent only on Perry making the engage and you have to force your way in, that's going to be very, very difficult for just a Wukong to brute force his way through.
I 100% agree with you, and I'm right there with you. But with that being said, I think that this Conviction composition is so good at kiting, and CNV has been so good at cross-mapping. I actually think I favor Conviction's draft in this game. I think this is the first one where I feel like they've really gotten it right. I feel like they have all the right tools. They just need to make sure they can get Evolved and Viper through the early stages of the game. But I've got full faith that Perry and Stunt are going to be able to do so. And I think this is yet another game where I just see there being too much responsibility on Tactical to try to 1v9 on a mobile ADC. And he can do it. He almost did it last game, but he made the mistake and he couldn't, right? And so I'm just worried it's going to be too similar. The only thing that scares me about Conviction is really their lack of frontline and their lack of ability to play for space. Like, if this Zeri is able to cook, he will kill people faster than the Yunara was attempting to last game.
Well, we'll see if Luminosity Gaming can bulldoze their way through the early game and set control of the map state on their side, or if Conviction will be able to outscale them. It is our Game 3 of our upper bracket series between Luminosity Gaming and Conviction Esports. Let's hit the rift.
And Mark, last thing I want to say, kind of setting some expectations as we go forward in the game, is I do think something Conviction has struggled with is marking their flanks in this series. Zeyzal in both games has found some pretty monster flanks that have won fights that otherwise I felt Conviction was in a better position for. And so on this Alistar, and with Fake God and Tomio also on strong flanking champions, if that trend does continue, that could be the ticket for LG to break the 5-stack kite back comp and try to find one of these carries. But we're a ways away from there, as in the early game. It's Conviction just trying to, again, for the third game in a row, get early jungle information.
Yep. decent deep ward into that Raptor pit from Conviction Esports, whereas Luminosity managed to plant a defensive ward on the red buff just in case Perry was looking for even more of an aggressive invade. Tomio planting his own Raptor ward on Conviction's red quadrant. One of the things I do want to point out here, Hawk, that continues to circle back to Insanity's champ pool. He was one of the first pros worldwide to debut Hui mid in the competitive scene. I remember when Hui first came out as a champion, and it was the latest edition of Riot's, like, how many pages do I have to read in order to understand this type of champion? I mean, this is the first time that we had multiple spells on single abilities. The fact that you can access 3 different spells in each of those 3 basic ones, and I still remember Insanity's first game on it, and Captain Flowers' call. Insanity paid some masterpiece after winning a massive team fight, and it just goes to show that it's been a long history with Insanity on this champion, and already being able to flex a little bit of the willingness to adopt some of the newer picks here on the Rift. Obviously, Hui has now been out for more than a year at this point, but if there's anyone that you can trust for Luminosity Gaming side, if they start falling behind, maybe this Hui can be that extra bit of insurance that you need to try and clutch out some of these team fights.
Yeah, I definitely do think of this pick as being a Insanity special, but Evolved, good trading early on. He's actually got a pretty nice health advantage over Insanity to start things off. Scorch on this Victor, I think he took Airy as well. No, okay, does not look like he had Airy. I don't know what ability he has then, but either way, gonna aid in the early trades, getting that extra damage down, trying to force his way back. I would expect this Victor to have push at least until Lost Chapter, and then we'll see what happens when Hexcore comes online.
Only time will tell. Both of our junglers here making their ways on the bottom side of the map, matching where they are ending up for their first full clear. Both junglers will end up securing their latest buffs here, but Tomio is already pathing to the top side of the map, where he knows that he has guaranteed push from the Renekton lane. Should be able to secure the top Scuttle Crab on that side. Insanity taking a lot of damage, though, from Evolved, as this Victor is definitely getting the better of Insanity's way so far.
Oh, and he has a phase rush on this Victor. So again, like, it's all about this kite comp, man, and backstepping if you are Conviction. Evolved just wants to get this wave in and go for a base more than likely. He's got Parry to try to secure it. He even needs to respect the potential of a dive.
Yep. Tomio just trying to get information on where Parry could be, and I think LG read that scenario well, that there was a dive that could have been set up or threatened, but because Insanity's going to get the TP back, he's going to look for Evolved. Can Insanity get in range to look for the Fear follow-up here? There's the EE, and Evolved finally forced to flash away, as Conviction Esports now down a flash in their mid laner.
We'll see if Luminosity can punish that, because I will say Evolved loses his flash, but he gets an entire extra wave for it. He's going to get a really good base here. And Insanity, I mean, all he got is a tier and some brown bag boots. So this Victor going to be a lot happier about his position in the game if he doesn't die in the next 5 minutes, right? So honestly, like, I think it can be almost justified, like, using your flash to get the extra creeps to just continue to build your lead.
Sure. And in that situation, Evolved didn't have to burn his flash early because there was nothing else to play for in the lane. He had no mana. It's not like he was trying to stay in lane, and so he uses his flash at the right moment just to make sure that he preserves his life.
Ooh.
So now, back in lane, going for what I assume is the Rod of Ages with the double health crystal.
Man, Insanity is not having fun.
Hang on, I might be tripping. What Catalyst is it build out of?
Yeah, two ruby crystals and a sapphire. You're right.
Okay. Well, Tomio might be in trouble here. Tries to see if he can take some of his chickens away, as Parry and Stunt meet him here, but Zeyzal has the collapse, puns Stunt away, looking for Parry with the pulverize, but a good flash by Parry, but he's got nowhere else to go. He dashes to Tactical, but he's got the Stand United from TF Blade to back him up. It's the Molten Rift, though, from Insanity that pulls them all in, and Conviction Esports thought they could turn around with TF Blade Shen coming in for the assistance, but they still have to run away. Tactical dashing over the wall, looks for the zap slow off the W, and it's first blood going over to Tactical Zeri.
Really want to kill TF Blade here as well. Comet Spear. Not going to find it. Zeyzal, though, he's on a mission. Okay. TF Blade's going to get away. I do think the big story, though, is that Evolved was farming mid-waves while this was all happening, so he's up a level on Insanity. But obviously, TF Blade investing the Stand United to make his way down to the bottom side means that Fake God gets a lot of free time. He ended up proxying a wave before going back to base. And probably got a tower plate. I don't even know. And LG going to take the Dragon off the back. So it's an LG favored play, but Insanity is giving up a lot of money and experience to make these plays happen.
Yeah. Oh, Perry trying to check the Dragon to see what the status is at. I mean, they're not close to burning it down quite yet. Perry and TF Blade are going to challenge them on this first Dragon of the game.
Arcane Storm.
Great at securing Dragons, but not enough to be able to burn down the Dragon fast enough and is below 50% HP. Now a teleport coming in from, I think, is Stun. Now should just guarantee that Conviction, even though they lost Perry in the first trade, they're able to get back on the map fast enough to steal the Dragon away.
Yeah, it's the power turns right there. I mean, LG, they took their turn to try to chase for the kill onto Perry. And so, you know, Conviction, they're able to reset the rest of the map and get there in time to try to equalize the play. Overall, I think LG is still pretty happy with this. This level 5 Hwei and the choke point does a lot of damage, despite how, you know, far behind we may be saying he is. Good utility on the speed up to get the rest of the team in range as well. And critically, it's Tactical, I believe, that picks up this kill. And we said it in the draft. It's another composition where I think there's so much responsibility on Tactical to be the guy for this team. So LG, I think they're happy to get a marginal gold advantage at the cost of the Dragon at the end of the day.
Yeah. LG, definitely not the ideal scenario, but as long as Tactical is getting paid, it's going to give them a stronger chance of being able to at least fight Conviction Esports with strength on the members that they need it the most. Void Probes has spawned now. Pulverized combo from
Perry's
Zazel
level
onto
6.
Perry. Has access to
Tomio
that
likely
Cyclone.
hits it off of this grub,
Yeah.
so I think that's why LG is sticking this. Also, good health chunk.
Oh, turning tail onto Fake God, forced to flash away as Viper and Sun getting very aggressive onto the Crocodile. That's a Dominus burn. So Tomio is able to secure one grub, but now they're in danger of getting collapsed
can
upon
still
here.
contribute
Perry
here.
still has Cyclone. Flash from Zazel looking for Perry. The Cyclone immediately popped, and he gets blown to smithereens by Tomio and Tactical. And Fake God is just burning down the grubs. Here comes Tomio with the Grand Starfall, just forcing out Viper. As Tactical gets spoon-fed another kill as he blasts Viper back to the fountain. Luminosity Gaming are not going to press their luck for another kill because they have done all that they need to secure the grubs and the feat of warfare.
There's one grub still remaining. Tomio going to make his way back towards it. Should be able to lock this one up. Perry is off reset. Maybe a world where this could be looked at as, again, the silver lining for Conviction continues to just be Evolved. Insanity with his counter pick Hwei. He is getting bullied. Forced to take yet another premature base. It's going to be Fake God collecting the mid wave. But the good news for LG is that they are winning everywhere else. Fake God up 20 CS. Despite losing his flash in that previous play, and Tactical is quite strong, 2-0-1. That is an early Untals.
As we talked about before, for Luminosity Gaming, we do give the scaling advantage over to Conviction Esports if they're able to last long enough. Insanity pushed up on the side lane, gonna get spotted out by the control ward. Stun is gonna try to slow him down or tag him with the concussive blows. Insanity is just trying to wait for the moment where he could potentially flash over the wall. Zazel is coming over, but it's all four members from the side of Conviction Esports. No way that Insanity was escaping that one. Saves the flash and goes down.
Yeah, I mean, Insanity feels like he has to stay for another wave because he's got 58 CS mark, but Conviction, they've drawn a target on his back. Really great punish, and I think it was wise not to flash as soon as that concussive blows gets applied. There's absolutely no way out, but it is a kill over to this Victor, who is scaling up very nicely. 25 Victor dollars as well, right into his pocket.
This is now the second game in a row where Conviction Esports have clearly played for the advantage of Evolved, or at least Evolved is making it clear that he is not giving up his farm to try and at least invest too much into trying to look for these objective plays. And it's at least working out in a major advantage that keeps Conviction Esports still competitive in this game or in this scenario. Because as you pointed out, now it's almost a 40 CS advantage in this Victor, already completing the Rod of Ages pretty early on. I think that's... I'm trying to look, is that a 3? Or has he not even hit a number on it?
I don't think he's hit a number on it yet. I think he just
okay,
completed
you know
it around around the 10-minute mark.
Bad eyesight, Diff. My bad.
No, you're good. I mean, I think a 10, 11-minute run of ages, still pretty good. I think we're very okay with
Yes.
that as Conviction
Yes.
fans. And he still has his flash, so it's very difficult for LG to even draw a target on his back. Right now, Viper seems like the much more obvious one to try to single out ahead of this Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Now, nicely for LG,
Evolve gets jumped on by Tomio, but he's very tanky with this Rod of Ages. Now here comes
Ooh.
the Stand United. Oh, TFBlade misses this taunt. Tomio was trying to escape with the Grand Starfall, but Evolve canceled it thanks to the power of that Arcane Storm. Perry looking for the pursuit, but Tomio still has the flash available, so even if Perry was able to close the distance, he would not be able to finish off the kill as, damn. That could have at least been a flash burn or in favor of Conviction Esports there.
yeah, I think TFBlade wants that one back. Now, today I learned that if you get interrupted during your channel of Grand Starfall, you get the cooldown back in like 20 seconds. So Tomio's got that one back, and he's got a flash.
Oh, baby! Flash onto Evolved's Victor. Here comes
That's
the Spiraling
big.
Despair. And payback is definitely something I can't say on broadcast, but Conviction Esports lose out on their mid laner and Luminosity Gaming. Paying one back over to Insanity.
Revenge is best served cold, Mark. How about that? As
you
Insanity
go.
does manage to get one back despite the 40 CS deficit. I said it would be difficult to put target on the Victor's back when he has his flash and Shen, but TFBlade missed the taunt and Evolved didn't flash. So that's a pretty big kill pickup. What I was going to say before that play is, even despite any of that, I think LG was always destined to get this Dragon because with Victor being the strongest one on an early stack Roa, it means that Conviction is still not actually that strong compared to like a Yuntal's Zeri and the Sundered Sky on the Pantheon. But the extra pick definitely going a long way to get some much needed gold for Insanity. But Perry, ever a smart cross mapper, he is going to get a jungle quadrant for his trouble. So it is at least some golden experience going back the way of CNV.
And the efficient pathing of Perry might just be the pro diff that Conviction Esports need to make a strong comeback in the mid game. And speaking of which, shout out to our sponsors, prodiff.gg. If you want to get some one-on-one coaching from current or former pros from the LTA or NACL, make sure to scan that QR code or go to prodiff.gg and schedule a one-on-one today. As we now head into the 14-minute mark where all the plates are going to be dropping in the next 15 seconds here. No objectives to play for since the second Dragon was already taken off the table just a minute ago. Fight in the bottom side quadrant. Zazel heals back up thanks to the
Tomio.
redemption, but here comes Perry. Two-man Cyclone onto the front line. Tomio caught out of bounds. That's the shutdown going over to the Monkey King. Fakod TPing right into the heart of the backline, but he has no backup quite yet. The Hui is able to assist with some damage, but it's not enough to make the difference there as TFBlade finds a kill for himself.
That is a huge clap back for Conviction to get some much needed gold. They were down about 1.5, almost 2K heading into that fight, and Tomio made a huge mistake. He thought the gravity well was going to expire, so he tried to walk through it, and my guy got stunned. And so that meant that the Pantheon was not really able to contribute to that fight. LG, I think they were right to try to look for a fight on that timer, but execution errors mean that Conviction ends up winning out.
And it was so needed for Conviction Esports. And now, pretty much evened up the gold lead. It's only a few hundred in difference in favor of Luminosity Gaming. But as we noted before, the concerns for Luminosity Gaming is while you have scaling carries in Hui and Zeri, your effective front line is not going to match up to that of Conviction Esports. So if you cannot continuously and consistently press the gas in this game and try and snowball before Conviction Esports comes online as this mega kiting competition,
Well,
then you're going to be in a world of trouble.
if at first you don't succeed, throw another rock, as Talia always says. Try to start the Herald, as Stunt is very far ahead of his team.
Nice pulverize, and Stunt is just getting chained to all hell. No way out of that one. The crowd control was just too much. TFBlade thinking about a collapse on the left side of the flank, but rest of Conviction Esports throw up the thumbs up sign saying, okay, yep, they got us. We're just going to give this objective and try to play for side lane farm again.
Rafa, my Alistar rushed a redemption for the sustain. It's the second time we've seen it come through here. I mean, honestly, it does do a pretty good job of keeping the front line topped up into the face of all of this AoE that Conviction does have, and it makes the Triumphant Roars bigger as well.
Three-man dive on the top side. Tomio sends it with a Grand Starfall. They
Hit
can
the
just
tower.
focus the turret first and
Hit
make
the
sure that
tower.
they are not taking no more turret damage. TF Blade, unfortunately, has nowhere else to go. Sand United off cooldown. And TF Blade is just going to try to stall this one out as long as possible. It is taking a while. Stun is coming over. No way TF Blade survives, right? No way TF Blade survives, right? Insanity! Forced to pop the heal from Zazel just to make sure that he didn't go down in the trade. That was looking a little too dicey for Luminosity Gaming in that effective 1v3.
Yo, this Hoy is weak as hell. Oh my god, he doesn't do any damage. He's got a Archangel still stacking up, and he could not kill this Shen. I think LG was trying to, you know, tactically get the gold onto him, but it means that Insanity does lose his flash ahead of this dragon fight, which could be pretty substantial. Now, Evolve does get a tower in the bottom side to try to trade with that one back, so the gold does still stagnate at about 1,000. However, LG has a lot of tools ahead of this Drake fight. They've got the Rift Herald in their pocket, and they've also got the Seraphs that is finally about to be completed for Insanity, while Evolve still a couple long minutes away from that Roa completion, meaning that he is not really online yet for this fight.
Just another 3 to 4 minutes before Evolved is fully stacked up. He's working his way to what I imagine either a Leandry's. Yeah, I imagine it's Leandry's build for.
I would have to think so.
This Victor, yeah. I guess the Haunting guys could build into 2 other items, but that makes the most sense. Just constant HP.
You got a bunch of health
percentage burn.
stackers on the other side. I think
Yeah.
Leandry's is definitely the build as, ooh, they found Perry. Maybe they just want a tower.
Uses the decoy, gets away. TP coming in from TF Blade so that he can join the fight for this third dragon of the game. It does not put anyone on soul point, so it's not necessarily one that both teams have to really fight to the death over, but Conviction Esports favoring their chances, knowing that Evolved feels pretty darn strong. Not at his peak yet, but still has that gold advantage over Insanity. But the Rift Herald charge into the mid lane, while Luminosity Gaming are maintaining posture in the mid line brush, means that you get the tier 1 turret. And now Conviction Esports, they
God's
have
got
to
a
make a play
huge position. I mean, Conviction's, I hate their position right here, Mark. Let's see if they can win this fight. Stun is so chunked.
Fake God gets spotted here on the bottom side. They try to commit to the top. Viper now has to deal with Fake God. Stun comes back to try to deflect it, but Tactical's now threatening on the double flank as well. Evolve tries to kite on back, forced to flash away, but they lose out on the front lines because TF Blade and Perry were left without any damage dealers to back them up, and Viper trying to 1v1 against Tactical. He ends up going down as Tactical is just spraying and praying and making Conviction fall on their knees. Luminosity Gaming pick up the ace at 18 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Conviction, they really got cooked in that sequence as LG, as we had mentioned, they had all the tools to approach that fight, save for Insanity's flash, and Conviction still decided to rock up to it anyway. And Tactical and Fake God just have an immaculate position in this fight. Insanity untouched as well. They get into the back line, they lock down Evolved, and watch Tactical right here. He's going to go in for the 1v2 against Viper and Evolved, and he is going to win it. Nice sidestep right there on the arrow that might have killed them with the Blight stacks. Tactical able to find the juke, able to find the laser onto the Braum for the double kill, and LG able to mop up the fight. We talked about the flanks being important for Luminosity, and how about those ones, Mark?
For Conviction Esports, the strength comes when your front line is able to create space and you simultaneously, as a 5-man unit, kite back together. But the positioning, as you called out, was compromised for Conviction Esports. Their front line was trying to go forward. Their back line had to immediately abandon and deal with the flanking Renekton. And the fact that Tactical joined the fray as an 80 carry, threatening both Evolved and Viper, just meant that the whole team fight lineup and arrangement from Conviction was just completely botched. And now Luminosity find themselves 6,000 gold ahead just in time for Otacon.
Oh, and Perry is super caught. Just flash.
Ruthless Predator, Perry forced to flash away. Sand United coming on through. TF Blade will be able to join the fight here. Zazel opens up with the polarized combo engage.
What is that TP?
Oh no, Evolved is going to be in the middle of 4 people. Doesn't have Seekers, doesn't have Flash. He's able to kite his way out. The Arcade Storm does a lot. Viper finds the first one on Tomio, but they lose TF Blade and Sun in an instant. Now they have to continue on kiting and just praying that Evolved can do enough, but it's just not enough damage here from the Victor. Zazel and the rest of Luminosity Gaming are going to continue pushing and trying to hunt for this Victor as he's got no flash. He jumps over to the Krug pit. And it just might be enough distance for Evolve to be able to get out safely. But Luminosity Gaming have full control of this game.
Oh, Insanity's hunting. Hang on. This might not be done.
Severing Bolt forces Evolve just to sidestep it. He gets out.
All right, he does get away. No objective to fight for, but Evolve just killed his entire team as they had successfully disengaged the fight, and Evolve decided to TP in the middle of everyone. And while he did live, his entire team felt the need to try to bail him out as, like, look at this Conviction, they're out. And Evolve just totally sells them out. Yes, they're able to kill Tomio, and yes, Evolved is able to live, but I mean, the whole front line had to go in, and Fake God and Tactical and Insanity, they are just way too strong. It is a huge fight for LG. They are so far ahead.
Grand Starfall and Zeyzal just leading the charge as they dive right after Perry, taking out the Wukong and ensuring that no one from the side of Conviction Esports can look for a smite steal. This should be Otacon easily secured.
And here's where you get to the problem if you're a kite comp, is you're at the point where LG can just start disrespecting you and running at you anyway, not fearing the damage or the CC as much as they probably should. And Conviction, the wheels have just completely fallen off the bus for this one. With Otacon getting taken, I think we are looking at LG on a probable match point here.
We talked about how crucial it was for Luminosity Gaming to find the early advantage and just immediately try and brute force the game wide open, making sure that they are not letting Conviction get comfortable into farming their way into the later stages of the game. It was definitely becoming a concern with Evolved in the mid lane as he had a major CS advantage, and to his credit, he still does. But unfortunately for him, he has now been prevented twice in this game to continuously farm without Luminosity Gaming being able to, or with Luminosity Gaming basically ensuring that they are slowing him down, and they have caught Insanity back up on the curve so that he, despite not having as much CS, he makes up for it in the kills that he's gotten, the assist gold that he's gotten, and the overall team-wide gold that is spread around the carries that Conviction Esports just do not have enough stats to be able to withstand Luminosity Gaming's initial burst.
And Mark, as you know, I was a CB low caster for a couple of years. Shout out the LTA Sewell. And to me, it all goes back to the Dragon fight, where this game was actually pretty close if Conviction just waited for their 2-item spike on their Victor, their 2-item spike on their Varus. But they decided to fight for the Dragon anyway, because what else are we supposed to do on the map? And really reminded me of my days casting CB LoL. And unfortunately, that has really bitten Conviction in the ass. Speaking of, there's a cow behind them. Nice taxi from Zeyzal.
With the flank of a lifetime. Viper forced to flash and cleanse, and it just does not matter because Tactical is here for the cleanup crew. He's got the mop out, and he is just wiping down Conviction Esports. Luminosity Gaming, yet again, find another 3-man pull, and Tomio is chasing and 1v1ing Perry on the bottom side of the map. Perry doesn't have flash. He just gets soloed by Tomio's Pantheon. Jungle diff in game 3 here as Luminosity Gaming continuing to just further punish Conviction Esports on the map.
Yeah, this is brutal. You know what's bad? When your Wukong is getting 1v1'd by the Panther. Does Evolve win this? Oh, well, he's got a lot of people behind him. He definitely does not win this.
If Evolve had a little bit more time, maybe he would have won the 1v1 against Tomio, but it's no longer a 1v1 as Luminosity Gaming do not care about honorable 1v1s. They care about winning, baby. And they got to make sure they do everything they can to ensure victory now with a 10,000 gold advantage here in game 3.
Hey, Mark, I just looked at the top of the scoreboard. LG has 21 kills in 25 minutes. That's a lot of kills.
That is a lot of kills.
We are at a kill per minute in this one, ladies and gentlemen, as Conviction has 4. You know, they're really pulling their weight, making sure we hit that mantle, but unfortunately, it does mean that they are down 10,000 gold and a soul point. Kids, your Wukong is supposed to be able to 1v1 the Pantheon, so watching Tomio kind of just tear Perry a new one, as it were, it's a little rough, I would say.
It's definitely tough.
Perry might be caught again. He's gotten caught a few times this game now.
Well, he'll pick up some of these minions here, or at least he dashes to one. I don't think he's getting away, but he might be able to
he's doing the thing?
He was trying to trick him. Unfortunately, the sweeper reveals that there was not an additional monkey trying to sneak his way through, so Fake God immediately knew, oh wait, this is the real one right here, guys. Just kill this man.
Yeah, it also, like, I feel like the jig was up after, like, half a second when you don't see a Wukong appear, like, somewhere else, you know? Like, oh, wait, he's right here, guys.
Oh, wait a minute. This guy's trying to pull a fast one.
Yeah.
Luminosity gonna pull a fast Baron. 26 minutes into the game. Like we said before, it is more than a 10,000 gold advantage at this point. So this is usually, in most competitive games in League of Legends, a point of no return for the enemy team. It's definitely possible, but very unlikely as Fake God does get routed out here. No way, the Croc is just too strong! The Dominus completely dominating Conviction Esports as they try to find something, but a triple kill for Tomio,
Penta,
a
go
quadra
for
for
the
Tomio,
Wukong!
just gets them the advantage of a lifetime. And now, Tomio, can you hunt for parry in time? I don't think so. He's
I
on
don't
the
think
other
so.
side of the map.
Yeah, they see him on a ward. He's getting picked out. Insanity is gonna find him. Oh, wait, he just missed his E.
Well, Perry is going to try to get at least one back, but unfortunately, Tactical ruins that dream. That's the ace for Luminosity at 27 minutes, and this game is just about wrapped up.
Dude, I mean, Fake God just took a raw 2v3. He's like, I got my cow on the way. Like, Tomio might be in ult range. Let's just go for it. Why not? It ends up being a 3v4, but I mean, this game is... It's just too far gone. Like Conviction cannot come back against all these hyper fed bruisers. Tomio has 10 kills on this Pantheon Guardian Angel just to make sure, even if he does somehow die, it doesn't mean a damn thing. And Rafa, I'd like to introduce to you a new metric to figure out if Luminosity is going to win a game, okay? It's got a 3-game sample size. Ready?
Sure.
Does LG take a 25-minute Baron, yes or no? In game 1 and 3, they did. In game 2, they did not. I'm just saying that could be like our, you know, our new like our pizza people buying pizzas at the Pentagon. You know what I mean? Like.
That's fair. That's fair. We'll have to keep track of that if we see it in Game 4. As very positive that Game 3 is just about wrapped up here. Luminosity sieging into the base of Conviction. Conviction doing the best that they can to endure and defend a majority of their structures here, or whatever they can, without giving up any crucial deaths that could give Luminosity Gaming the final window to close out this game and put themselves on match point. They've lost their inhibitor towers, they've lost their inhibitors, and Luminosity continuing on into the Nexus itself.
Take the 3rd inhibitor for good measure, just to make sure the double supers are streaming in, and that Conviction has no way to leave their base. But you have to think this is the end. A 15,000 gold lead. That's a lot of gold. Mark, I'll give you 15,000 gold in a briefcase in cash right now.
Woo! Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing with that 15,000 gold in a briefcase, Hawk. I am ending this game as Luminosity Gaming just brute force their way through and completely rail Conviction in their own base. Luminosity now move to match point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, LG just make it look easy. Really just bad. One bad fight from Conviction was enough to spell the end. And, I mean, that was definitely the most dominant game we've had so far in this series, as LG, once they got their lead, they were styling. And that really seems to be the question of the series. LG, they've won all 3 early games. If they convert it into a mid-game advantage, though, that seems to be a difficulty for CNV, who has struggled to fight back from a deficit.
We have seen that Luminosity, before this series, an average goal difference for them in each of their 4 games was above 2,000. And in now at least 2 games of this series, it has proven to be enough for Luminosity Gaming to have the tools to have a very strong mid-game, and they are able to effectively snowball. Conviction Esports, now backs against the wall. Their chance of securing a bye into the promotion tournament as well as grand finals, a spot for them, is slipping away. We'll have to see if Conviction can find the strength to fight back and push us to silver scrapes, or if Luminosity closes out here in Game 4. We'll see you on the other side after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for game number 4 between Luminosity Gaming and Conviction Esports, where Luminosity Gaming now find themselves at match point. 1 game victory away from netting a spot in grand finals and a bye into the promotion tournament.
And what a feat it would be, LG. They've been looking forward to this for so long. Mark, I actually have to ask the question. When is the last time we had a team win both the spring and summer tier 2 split? Has that ever happened?
Team Liquid Academy, back in 2022.
Then there you go. I mean, LG trying to do what has only been done one other time. And I mean, making it to the finals with a, potential 3-1 over Conviction, a very, very scrappy and plucky Conviction roster that, managed to take a game off of them. And when all the other favorites have struggled in these playoffs, would be a really good way to do it. And that last game, I think, showed that LG, if they're able to play like a very normal game where they're able to set up as a team together and team fight, they're in a very good spot.
And they have been able to match up to Conviction Esports' strengths of trying to best them when it comes to individual team fights, individual hands checks, as one of the strengths that we noted that Conviction might try and contest them on. We haven't necessarily seen a huge expansion of the creativity pool for Conviction Esports yet, I want to say, because when you think about the first 3 games, so far the most unusual champion that Conviction has busted out that they have yet to play, I know that technically Shen was one of them for TF Blade, but it's not like a huge carry champion, which...
Do we get a Riven in this game 4?
I think
not
an
elimination game
at this point. Yeah.
Right. Not an elimination game, but they have not really had a Riven angle. There's been a lot of like lockdown CC and frontline. The Riven has exclusively come out against like low CC, like 4 threat style of compositions, which doesn't really fit what LG has been doing. But do you just say, screw it, it's game 4, we're about to go lower bracket anyway, like, Riven time?
And do Luminosity Gaming have the foresight to ban it away and just remove it as an option, knowing that, hey, backs against the wall, they might try to bust it out right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if Luminosity don't even want to give them that chance, because if I always fear when a team, when they are like, you're at match point, but the enemy team you're playing against then gets the win on you. Now they have the momentum going into game 5. They're the ones feeling hot. I'd rather not even give them that option, just trying to win the series right now if you are Luminosity. But here we go. Conviction get to be on blue side for this game 4. Lost the draft. We'll get right back to it as soon as possible.
So someone dodged. Who dodged? 5-minute timer. Start it now. No. Hopefully we'll be getting back in soon. Mark, I do think this is a good time to talk about, though, again, how many champions have been fearless out, and I want to re-emphasize the jungle pool, because we had another game where we now saw the Pantheon and the Wukong traded. 2 more picks that have been big ones for Perry so far in this split. We've had Trundle and Malachi more often than not hitting the ban block, as well as Jarvan was banned last game.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Xin Zhao is yet to be seen. Those are the 4 champions that I'm really looking at, because outside of that, I don't know what Perry's going to play. Whereas I feel like Tomio still has some stuff left. Like Perry could maybe go towards the Viego or something, but that might have the same problem that we saw in game 1. I really think Perry needs to be the guy on the go buttons for this team, so it'll be interesting.
It depends on what Conviction Esports think best to allocate their carry resources, right? Because not everyone on this team can be a carry, especially into the caliber of team of Luminosity Gaming. We have seen times where you had like 4 carry compositions and then stunt on either an engaged champion or even a Chandler champion to try and hold it all together, and they were just so much better than their opponent, they got away with it. You can't do that against Luminosity. Someone's got to be engaged. Someone's got to be frontline. Someone's got to be a tank. and they've been at least trying to test it between putting TF Blade on the tank in Game 1 with the Ornn. They put Perry on the tank in Game 2 and Game 1 with Sejuani Poppy. Stun has been a tank a majority of the times, but not always necessarily an engage type of tank, since Braum not typically thought of one that fits that archetype right. So curious to see what Conviction Esports decide to draft for themselves here, as the first ban is actually the Aurora from Conviction Esports.
That's a new one. I've been seeing Talia get banned on the red side every game, so again, Trundle, Maokai, Jarvan, Xin Zhao. Those are the 4 champions that I'm really keeping track of in this draft. We'll see if anything else comes up. I do think Conviction has wisely recognized that the bot lane 2v2 is at least very, very important for them in this series. They've been banning out things like the Nico. Zeyzal has a great Nico. I think, you know, just getting Viper onto something that he can pop off, like, honestly, you know, like the Vayne, Kai'Sa, a Jinx, just something where he can super carry in an advantageous matchup. I really think that's what you're looking for if you're Conviction at this point.
Not a lot of jungle bans from Conviction this time around. In fact, not any. It's just the Maokai ban from Luminosity Gaming. So now this opens up things like the Jarvan and the Trundle to be options here. Luminosity banned the Trundle away. What does Conviction do here? Balls in their court.
I don't think you have to B1 a jungler because you know you still have multiple up. But no, they're just going to go for the Jarvan. So immediately tipping their hand, this is going to allow Luminosity to play some of their more defensive carries. Kai'Sa's still up. You have Tristana. Xayah is still open. Can't get out of the Cataclysm, but has a lot of means to buy time.
If you want mobility, you can go for Lucian, too.
Yeah, Lucian is an option. That's a good call out. Smolder is an option. And then, I mean, as far as the jungle, I wonder if they go Xin, because Xin, again, has been completely absent from the series. I've just been looking at, like, their match histories. You know, I could see Tomio going for something completely different. I don't know exactly what that would be.
In terms of tanks, all of the main tanks are gone. Either Sejuani and Skarner were already used, Poppy was used, Maokai is banned again. So if you want to go down like the tank route still for Tomio, you're going to like, I don't want to say B tier options, but just alternatives that you have not seen in quite some time. Like thinking about, I don't know if Tomio has a Zac in his pocket, or if he...
We know Insanity does.
If he's, yeah, he's willing to play like a Mumu here, just if you want team AoE engage, which is a good way to like at least receive a Jarvan engage. You don't have as much skirmishing power, unless you have solo lanes that can at least back you up, but the team fighting power is massive. Conviction, though, continuing the chain of lockdown with Solar Flare from Leona that can easily lead into a follow-up Cataclysm, so that Perry's not the only person having to at least force the engages by himself. So this plays into Conviction Esports' identity of trying to just have multiple engage tools that they can try and overwhelm Luminosity's Gaming's backline with.
I think they're trying to deny the Leona from what the? Okay, we got inspired on the Rift, baby. Except I think it's TF Blade playing this one against the Abessa. This is spicy because I was about to say I don't love the Leona pick. I feel like we're opening up a god Renata game right here. I know you normally want like engaged tanks with Kai'Sa, but all the tanks are gone, man. And Renata looks so OP here. But we get a Kiana! Tomio!
Yes! So, Mr. Hawk, over in the LPL, we have seen 2 Kiana games. Credit to Kanavi and Tien from Top Esports and Weibo Gaming, respectively. It wasn't the first global Kiana games. That goes to LCP, shoutouts to them. But what we have seen is that when all the skirmisher junglers are left off the table, and Jarvan is one of the other answers, Kiana feels very comfortable in that matchup because you can always escape the Cataclysm with your Terra Shape, and you can turn the Cataclysm against him because you just throw out that ultimate and boom, that's an AoE stun guaranteed.
Yep. Yeah, you turn the Cataclysm into a hydrogen bomb for the enemy team, really. Now, LG has a dramatic lack of lockdown CC in frontline right now. Like, they've got the divers, but they really do need some people to hold Conviction in place. I think we're not going the Renata route because we got a lot of champions that want to go forward. So screw it, you know, like we're just gonna be diving into each other, and we'll see who kind of comes out of the Thunderdome. I will say, like Conviction has a much more normal looking composition so far. The Kiana, like, there's a reason we don't see assassin junglers very much, and it's because they remove a very important like fighter, bruiser, tank, lockdown niche from your composition that then needs to be compensated for elsewhere.
And the only reason why Kiana gets seen here instead of something like a Zed or even a Kha'Zix, which is probably the most high damage profile assassin you can pick, Kiana offers utility where those two junglers don't, right?
Right.
If at the end of the day you find yourself not farming as efficiently or not being able to pump out as much damage,
Do it!
Oh my god, this is an incredible way
Dude,
to
we saw
receive
this.
the engage.
We saw this last split against, oh god, who do they play it against? Near Airport, and like the first week of the season in Game 3, they played the Taric with like a Warwick, Pantheon, Cho'Gath composition. I feel like stylistically this is the exact same idea. You're gonna put tactical on a monstrous hyper carry that's very mechanical that he can just pop off on, and then a bunch of melees that are just gonna go beat the enemy's head off. Now we get the Vayne for Viper. So full handshake in the bottom lane. Kaisa is the green light to pick Vayne because she does not have the range in the laning to punish this pick, nor does Taric. Mark, this draft has evolved in such a spectacular way.
Then we were hoping for the spicy picks to come out in galore, in full fashion
What is
from
Insanity
Conviction
gonna
Esports.
pick?
Well, at least we got Viper's Vayne. We now have a Tryndamere for TF Blade. How does Insanity tie this all together? The Veigar! Oh my goodness gracious!
It's genius! They're all so short range. Like, how does Conviction hit you from half a screen away when there's a cage in their way, an event horizon? It's impossible. It completely stuffs the Vayne. It forces him to take cleanse that he doesn't really want to take this game. There's damage out the wazoo for this composition, and it also really does a good job of stifling the Tryndamere. Meanwhile, you've got Abessa Kiana that are just going to absolutely party in the middle of these fights. If Vayne is not focused firing one of them down, but you've got a Taric to buy time. Looking at the lanes, there's a substantial 2v2 advantage. I don't know, Taric's really good at Leona though.
You know what's crazy about this, Ben? We had just finished saying that Luminosity Gaming is not the type of team to take 4 carries into. And yet Conviction Esports, when the chips are down, say, all right, we're getting Tryndamere, we're getting Jarvan, we're getting Annie, we're getting Vayne. And while some of these champions are more facilitators, they still have some decent damage backed up in their base kits. And on those first couple of items, if not just the first item where that mid-game spike is going to be very, very important to try and find that snowball necessary to then get into the later stages of the game where the Vayne will start to scale into oblivion. The Tryndamere will start becoming very, very strong as well. But then on the other side, Luminosity Gaming also have scaling advantages too. So it really doesn't... I'm not sure who really has the majority advantage here at all stages of the game.
I'm going to say my thoughts, which is that Taric is the most overpowered champion in the game when he's played well. And there's like a good angle to pick him. And I think that is this. And the issue I have for Conviction is they have 3 champions that really want to dump like a lot of upfront burst and then be kind of useless. And then you've got a Vayne and a Tryndamere that are like the exact opposite, that really want the long extended fights. But I feel like LG has so many tools in the tank for the long extended fights. You've got the Cosmic Radiance. You've got every single event horizon that this Veigar is going to lay down. Kiana and Mbessa, the more times they can cycle their cooldowns, this champion's just become more and more OP. And I just look at this Jarvan and this Ananias Leona, and I feel like they don't have the damage and the individual agency to win the fights quickly enough, while also buying enough time for the Vayne and Tryndamere to cook in the extension. So I fear that there's a bit of an identity crisis here for Conviction, where Luminosity, for them, it's all just about how much they can stall out the fights. And the longer it goes, the more they're going to win. So I think for that reason, I'm favoring Luminosity here in Game 4, Mark.
Well, heard it from Mr. Hawk himself, but who do you guys think is going to take this game. Let us know in the chat, hashtag LG for Luminosity Gaming win, or hashtag CNV for Conviction Esports win. This is by far the most exciting draft that we get, and how fortunate we get it here at Game 4, where it is match point on the line for Luminosity Gaming, backs against the wall for Conviction. But if they are able to make a comeback here, we will be hearing the sweet tunes of Silver Scrapes here on Summoner's Rift. Make sure you are tuning into the conversation using hashtag NACL, at WatchNACL, and at NACL on every other platform outside of Twitter. And for us here, I'm just going back to this big swap up from Luminosity Gaming in their draft, because I think this is the first time that we're seeing a major shift away from some early game agency and just banking on mid-game and late-game spiking here for this team. Because normally, in at least all first 3 games, 1 or 2 members had some early game agency so that LG could at least play around. But now everyone is just saying, yeah, we can take Conviction Esports later in the game. They're not going to be able to get a snowball on us.
Yeah, I mean, LG is definitely leaning into the hands check with this one. So I'm curious to see if they could win it. Honestly, I think they've done a really good job with the hands check so far this series, so I'm not too concerned. But I do agree with you. Like, this is a balls to the wall composition. It's a 4-threat composition, one that we said Luminosity wouldn't play. And if this is the Game 4 draft, Mark, I'm with you. I just want to see a Game 5, but we're on to the Rift. Game 4 between Conviction and LG with a spot in finals and promotion on the line.
So damn awesome to see that in what could be the last game of the series, both of our teams are opting into the 4-threat composition style, just to really give everyone on both teams as much agency as possible to try and influence this game. Tomio gets spotted out and forced out of his top red quadrant early on. You can always try and at least threaten Kiana level 1 because she wants to go for the W for the increased attack speed early on. She will not have access to her elemental wrath or try to get some extra damage on you with the mountain form if you are below 50% HP, or the most powerful one is that river, since you get the river empowered form on elemental wrath and then you can just try and look for a stun onto multiple targets that you hit with it. But Tomio going to be able to just start on the bottom side of the map. TF Blade, curious to see if he's going to try to interrupt Tomio again, but does not spawn on the
imagine if he just started doing the red buff right there, like real Baus, like Scion strategies.
So I wouldn't have put it past him. That, but,
yeah,
I would have been down if TF Blade thought it was good. But he needs to be able to pick up some of his own lane XP and farm on the top side, as this Trinomir does really open up for the first time, I think, a major split push win condition for Conviction Esports, and we'll see if Luminosity Gaming can have the problem solving to deal with that if Conviction are able to snowball it.
Aggressive trading in the bottom lane as well, as I'm expecting both these side lanes to be quite volatile. And Zeyzal started the W on the Taric, not the E, which when you're playing against Leona, I'm pretty surprised by, to be honest, and it does give Conviction control over the wave.
Not going to even pretend to try and figure out why that is. I'm not a bot laner, not a support main. Probably just with the stats differences that you get from Leona W. But Perry actually is able to sneak away some Krugs. He took...
I think he took 2 camps.
Yeah, he went for the red buff invade after taking his blue, or his own blue. So it's a 3 camp.
He's got the push of his bot lane, so look at this. Stun is walking up towards mid to just basically try to play goaltender, not let Tomio walk into Perry's jungle to try to cross-map this.
Yep.
And yeah, they're going to... Did he dodge the ward? Did Stun not see him?
I don't think so. Tomio can try and sneak into the red buff quadrant. Stun has no idea, but Tomio, you've got to pick the right camps here. He's going to go for the red buff first, just assuming that Perry is going for the efficient clear of all of his small camps first before going for the red buff.
Ooh, and Tomio might have a gank ankle mid too after this one is done, if Perry never sees him, because they're not going to know where Tomio is going to come from. And look how pushed up Evolved is. He's going to go right between the vision again.
That is insane! Tomio is able to dance in between the fog of war without getting spotted a single time. They have no idea.
Oh, Insanity's
Perry's
looking a
gonna
little
look for
low,
the
though,
dive.
Perry.
Flash stun from Evolved. It doesn't matter all the fancy footwork from Tomio because his mid lane was in danger and Evolved picks up first blood.
All right, well, that's a really big pickup right there. Nice setup. It is a couple of flashes blown, but obviously you take it. Deny a wave from Insanity all the while. And Conviction, for the first time, early game advantage to them. And remember, Mark, that extra couple of jungle camps that Perry does have available to him, all the more important in a carry versus carry jungle matchup.
Yeah. Perry does find that his red buff was stolen, but he's content. He was able to get first blood for his mid laner, and by getting that dive down, I think they were able to shove a pretty decently sized wave in afterwards as well. We'll see if it looks like it doesn't happen.
I think Insanity had collected most of it before it died, so he missed a couple of caster minions, but like ultimately, that's fine. I think the bigger story is just getting the kill, because also we talked about, you know, Annie and Jarvan having the agency to actually kill people quickly. I think, you know, more gold for them, especially on this Annie, I think is going to be a big difference maker.
You know, onus is definitely on them to try and force these plays early on. You want to get the snowball rolling before the rest of Luminosity's gaming's composition does fully come online in stride. We are looking at 1-2 item spikes, and because Tomio is going for the Conqueror, expect to see a build very similar to what we have seen from Zed Jungle, which is the Eclipse Shojin build, max ability haste. You're just trying to spam abilities and use the power of the utility of those spells that Qiyana has at her disposal in these team fights, rather than trying to go for an assassin one-shot build.
So something we didn't talk about in the draft is that I think scaling advantage in the side of Luminosity. They've got the Veigar, they've got the Kai'Sa, and the Taric, right? But I do think Conviction in sort of the early mid stages of the game, you know, pre-15, Vayne and Annie going to be earlier spikers than their opposite numbers. I do think Conviction should have an advantage there, so feels all the better to have that early advantage, as Veigar doing a really great job of trading into TF Blade on this top side, not falling too far behind in the counter pick.
Both Zeyzal and Tomio just hovering Insanity on this mid-wave push to make sure that he's not ganked again by a wandering Jarvan. You have the 3v2 potential here as Perry is looming around the corner, but they've got really good defensive vision. And that's all that needs to happen from Luminosity Gaming. They don't need to necessarily force fights. They just need to make sure that they are deflecting them from Conviction, as Stunt tries to get aggressive, but doesn't find anything that Perry feels comfortable following up on.
And the two people on our screen, Zeyzal and Tomio, they really want to hit level 6 before fighting, because their ultimates are, I would say, pretty good.
Pretty damn good, yeah.
Yeah, probably two of the best ones in the game. So both these champions a little bit less useful until they get to that point. So I think, as you say, LG just going to look to deflect. I think good job from Zeyzal making the roam over to protect Tomio's jungle camps and his jungle clear from this marauding Jarvan.
Conviction have not been able to find anything more outside of that first dive. Neither team has gone for the first dragon of the game. We have Grub spawning in the next 30 seconds here. I think that is something that Conviction really want to have in their disposal here. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage from Evolved, but Insanity Flash stole the flag, and Dragon is secures. At least a 1-for-1 is still gonna go down, but man, that was sexy as hell from Insanity, knowing that he had no way out of that one and just making sure that he got the kill guaranteed.
Wave's better for him as well. He did lose the flash for it, but I mean, come on, you gotta do it for the style points, you know?
Yep.
Like, just get in there, make a big play. Good guy Perry gonna crash the wave for his mid laner, so does mean Insanity will end up missing out on a bit of this wave as well. And ultimately, I'm gonna say not worth for the Veigar, but it looked cool.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe in hindsight, that's too big of a wave to miss out for the Veigar, but he flashed over the EQ, and that was...
Yeah, like, I mean, come on, like, mental warfare. You know, we're talking about Conviction never played a best of 5, right? Like, at least with this roster, you know, how's the mental gonna hold up in a long series? Down 2-1, Instead of just flashed over the flag and drag, man, that he's getting in their heads.
He's feeling confident, trying to take it to a vault here. As Conviction, off of the back of the 1-for-1, have enough priority, thanks to TF Blade's Tryndamere on the top side, to guarantee all 3 grubs for themselves. As we noted before, that's going to be very, very powerful for this Tryndamere if he is given the opportunity to split push to his heart's content. Luminosity Gaming, the later the game goes on, while they do have the scaling advantage when it comes to the 5-on-5 team fighting, if TF Blade is just pushing down your base, you're going to have to figure out some other options. Now, Perry just going to look for the dive onto Fake God. Public Execution allows him to dodge out of the EQ immediately. TF Blade forced to use the Undying Rage just because he was the one taking the tower. And Perry does not want to send it with the Cataclysm because Fake God still has a flash, so there's no real threat on the Ambessa.
That was really well played by Fake God to avoid the dive right there. Great buffer on the EQ. And Perry, I think understanding that they didn't really have the tools with Fake God creating so much space away from the Tryndamere. So, good survival, does still deny part of a wave, and Conviction is up about 1,500 gold just off their farm. They're winning basically everywhere naturally, and so, yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good. I will say opportunity cost for that dive was pretty big. They did deny the wave off of Fake God, but Perry had all of his camps up. Meanwhile, Tomio did not, so he was actually like a solid half clear behind before that play, but Perry opting to go for the gank means that Tomio's camps would come back up.
Yeah. Decent Event Horizon, catching stun and forcing the heal out of him. And this is not a unsealed spellbook Leona. This is an Aftershock one. So he doesn't get a chance to cycle to a different summoner spell here. He just now has to rely on his flash for the next potential skirmish or team fight here.
But we're just going to go back to farming. Now, 1.5k, Mark, I would say not enough for Conviction to win the game. However, we're only about 10 minutes in. They're nursing their lead slowly but surely. It was LG that picked up the first Drake and trade for those first grubs, so it does mean that, you know, Dragon Soul going to be very delayed. It was a late first Dragon at that. I think the next big fight that we're really looking at is going to be that second Drake, and we'll see if Conviction can use that to break open the game in the same way that LG did last game.
I'm actually curious what Insanity's doing with this build here, because he has a Catalyst, so obviously he's trying to go for the Rod of Ages, but he's delaying it.
Yeah. Is he building a... Is that a Hextech alter... Or no, well, it is a Hextech alternator. Is that a... what's it called? Horizon Focus?
Horizon Focus.
Which is interesting. So I have seen thoughts of an idea where you just delay your Roa to get more XP. Like, you hit, like, level 17 with it instead of, like, 14 or something like that. And, oh my god, Fake God on these buffers.
Forcing it, the dive onto the top side. Undying Rage gives Conviction Esports the tools to force it.
Oh!
But no, he can't finish the job! Fake God and Zazel space him out just at the right time. And the supreme display of talent overwhelms Perry in the topside jungle, granting Luminosity feats of strength.
Oh my goodness, what an outplay from Fake God on the top side of the map as... I mean, that is game-defining. The call is clear. For the second time in a row, Conviction, they need to get TF Blade going on the side lane and prevent this scaling Ambessa from really coming online. But Fake God, for the second time, outplays the dive, and this time is able to turn it around into a couple of kills. His spacing in that fight was perfect. I do not think he could have played that one better. Let's take another look as we're going to get the tail end of it. Fake God creating just enough space with the flash. Right as the Undying Rage timed out, finds the fadeaway auto, and then Insanity and the rest of the boys were in position to convert the second kill. Now Insanity's got a couple of kills for himself, and the carries are starting to look big. Mark, that's a Rocket Belt Vanguard.
Oh my god, he's just gonna Rocket Belt and force Event Horizon flash plays. I can already see it happening. He is just trying to pigeonhole Conviction Esports, playing off of the advantage that a majority of these guys are short range. Their only ranged person is Viper on this Vayne, and that's what, a 500 range 80 carry if I'm not mistaken? That's gonna be a tough order for Conviction to try and make their way out of. Maybe it's 525, but Gaming still have to pick up for themselves 2 more objectives or first tower of the game. But they are in a pretty damn good spot considering that their composition, if they endure and scale, they're in a totally fine spot. It's on Conviction Esports to try and snowball this game super fast.
And if you want to learn about how Fake God outplayed the dive like that, be sure to check out prodiff.gg, where you can learn from current and former NACL and LTA pros, maybe including Fake God. I'm not sure if he's on there. But regardless, Mark, we got another fight. The gold is even, and everybody's here.
TF Blade getting marked by Fake God. Rest of Conviction Esports, they find the 2-man Timber stun, but the Event Horizon's going to create some distance here. The rest of Conviction trying to overwhelm them, but the Cosmic Radiance comes down in the nick of time, and the Cataclysm just only locks in Conviction members for their unendable doom. Conviction completely lose on the bottom side. River and Luminosity Gaming come out huge.
Luminosity was just able to split up Conviction as Viper and Stunt were never able to get connected with the team. And, I mean, this Annie just got blown up as Evolved was able to dump his cooldowns, but not without the cost of his life. Cosmic Radiance also beautiful from Zazel. And, oh, brother Mark, I have a feeling that Luminosity Gaming is knocking on the door of the promotion tournament and the grand finals for a potential back-to-back first one since Team Liquid 2022.
Luminosity Gaming now doing everything they can to continue this snowball in their stead and ensure victory for themselves at the end of this 4th game. Rift Herald secured in the pockets of Luminosity. Event Horizon stops Stunt and distracts Perry, looking for Tomio on the backside, but he's able to just Terra Shape over the wall, and they lose Stun out. Now it's just a 4-on-3. Luminosity Gaming still playing with spacing and range. Another Event Horizon locks Perry in as Tomio finds a nice elemental wrap stun onto Perry's Jarvan. Evolve forced to flash away from the Terror Dazzle. Immediate pop onto Insanity. Viper's able to get the shutdown to him, but Tomio with the supreme display of talent finds Evolve. No flash available on this Annie. He is locked down for tactical to pick up. Double kill going over to the Kaisa, and Tomio was looking for the knockup on the Viper, forcing him to flash. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Fake God able to survive the 1v1 against TF Blade as he goes back in with the Whirling Blade. Can he get the 1v1? He has the Undying Rage driving under the tower.
CC?
But Fake God is able to buy some time with the public execution, and now TF Blade has gone to the wrong side of the tracks, get some healing with the Q. Fake God has spaces one out. Meanwhile, the fight continues for Luminosity in the mid lane as Tomio finds Stunt yet again. And TF Blade cannot finish the job against Fake God. He survives in the end.
Fake God does lose a lot of farm for it, but it doesn't matter. LG with 4 kills in the top side of the map, as I have no idea how the hell Viper and Stunt got caught when their tower was sure to die. I feel like that had to have been an unforced error. Oh, Mark, I have a lot of thoughts about this game. I think I'm going to start with Kiana is looking extremely OP against 3 champions that can literally only do damage with their auto attacks. Like, Tomio, 305. Holy moly, man. This guy is going crazy. Tarek, also looking strong. Zazel's been playing these fights out really well. He's got 10 of 11 KP. Fake God has done a great job of neutralizing TF Blade. And Tactical is fed now as Insanity.
Perry sends it onto Insanity, knowing that this Veigar does not have flash available. TF Blade does not have ulti, though, so they can't really force the dive. Perry, blinking on HP, does not go down, but they try to force the dive, and Viper cannot get the job done. Zazel able to save his mid laner from certain death, and now Fake God in a 1v1 against Evolved. Public execution about to come off cooldown here. Evolved trying to dance around it, but the mobility is on Fake God's side and able to space out the bear and Annie as well. And I don't even think Fake God is going to go down in the trade. Luminosity continue to extend their lead on the map.
Yeah, this game has devolved. I would say, Mark, as Cat Evolved is just not strong enough to kill anybody, and LG, man, they took the hand check comp for game 4, and I'm loving it. This has been so fun to watch because it really does just feel like individual outplays all around the map. And LG now with a 5,000 gold lead and another dragon spawning in 50 seconds. It feels like win conditions for Conviction have evaporated.
And I have to say, it is such a pleasure to see Tomio finally unlocked from the shackles of tank and bruiser duty. Obviously, he's been able to look good on those archetype of champions as, thank God.
He's got another victim.
Here, trying to force 1v1 against Perry with a public execution. Stun caught out here. Tomio just going crazy with Zazel in his back pocket. As a very mobile Kiana being able to deliver constant razzle-dazzle stuns is just the key to victory here. Another dazzle from the event horizon. Undying Rage is popped. TF Blade has a couple more seconds before he is sent to the grave. The supreme display of talent and the redemption are enough for Luminosity Gaming to get a perfect dive off. And now Tactical might be under threat.
Run!
Perry has Cataclysm available. Oh, that's a lot of damage from Tactical. He spaces out the EQ. Oh my God, he just owned him. He flashed over the Cataclysm, pops the cleanse. Killer Instinct, not enough. Tactical was trying to get fancy with it in the 1v2. TP's coming in. Insanity lands Event Horizon onto a ball. He's got nowhere else to go. No flash yet on this Annie, but the good stun, but flash from Insanity ensures the demise of Annie from Conviction Esports. And Tomio now looking for Viper. Has the Elemental Wrath. Just one more auto attack. No, he goes for another Terror Shape into the Elemental Wrath. Tomio just styling on the Kiana.
I need everyone at home to know that Tactical could have just abandoned the tower and not died. He chose to take the 1v3, trade out with Perry, and have his whole team collapse. I mean, I seriously think Luminosity just looks like they're having fun with this game, but I mean, it's working. As TF Blade, he's taking a little bit of damage to proxy the wave. Zazel's behind him, though. This guy's dead.
He sidesteps the Dazzle. Insanity does not have the Proto Belt. Stun is here to bail out the Tryndamere. So he's going to get a chance to walk away. Luminosity do secure their second dragon of the game. And Insanity and Zazel have vision control set up here for the Otacon. As wanted to say before, just being able to see Tomio on Kiana jungle. No longer on bruisers, no longer on tanks. He gets the chance to flex his muscles, his carry mechanics. And he's been able to at least flourish here on the Kiana, which is not an easy champion to pilot.
No.
You can't just pick up the champion and be like, oh yeah, you know, I put in my 5 games of Kiana, you know, I got this. No, man, you gotta put some time into this champion.
Mark, I know you've been a Tomio stan for a long time. You of all people know that Tomio's always had the gumption to pull out a pick like this. It's just not often that it happens. Yeah, right, exactly. So I'm so glad we're getting treated to it here in this game 4. I was sitting here talking about Jarvan's and Zhao. No, Jarvan Kiana, baby. That's what it's all about. So, I mean, it really, like, this game, these last couple have just been fun to watch because I feel like we knew that LG would be at this level before the split started. And, you know, things happened during the best of 1 regular season. You know, early on in the playoffs, raising questions, this and that. Conviction, they are a great team, right? They are. Yeah, but I think the constant is that LG just feels like they're that faded team, and at the very least to make the promotion tournament. I said on the Salty Run Back many weeks ago that I would have said there was a 95% chance that LG makes the promotion tournament coming into the split, and it is looking like we are living in that world. Unless Conviction can pull out, I would say at this point, down 6,000 gold at 21 minutes, a miracle.
Zazel and Insanity doing a great job of marking Perry from both possible entrances, and the Otacon has quickly evaporated in the hands of Luminosity Gaming. Perry and Evolved contemplating whether they want to force the engage. Zazel pops the cleanse, goes for the Dazzle stun. Supreme display of talent, locks the ball down, and Perry is forced to run away, but Tactical is chasing with the Killer Instinct. Cataclysm into Flash at least guarantees Perry's escape. But I don't know about stun. Locked in the Event Horizon, and Luminosity Gaming continue to rack up the kills in their stead. Now 43,000, 37,000. That's a 6,000 gold advantage at 21 minutes. And Viper just caught on the wrong side of the tracks. That's not your side of the jungle, my friend. Tomio gonna force a 1v1 against him. And Tomio just goes permanent invisible using the power of the Grass Elemental Wrath. Viper trying to outplay it. The Condemn finds 1 mark, but just not enough as Tomio eventually gets the outplay, and Perry trying to trade 1 back. But now Tomio throwing out the BM emos as he just constantly in stealth, not giving Perry a chance to fight back. That's just incredible gameplay from Tomio's Kiana, just being able to fully display the mastery here.
Yeah, Mark, remember about 5 minutes ago when I said that Kiana is looking like a really OP champion against 3 champs that can only auto attack to deal damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough. I felt bad for Viper right there. I felt for him. Also, Fake God single dingled TF Blade while that was happening. So that was a delayed ace for LG, who's now 8.5 in the lead. Do you like single dingle? I just hear Mark laughing as I'm trying to talk about this video game very seriously.
Well, Fake God about to line up this public execution onto TF Blade as Luminosity corralling this Tryndamere for the kill. Unfortunately, this Tryndamere is not going anywhere else. Pops the Undying Rage, but he just cannot get any damage down because Zeyzal is constantly healing his team back up. Redemption into Frozen Heart. That's a very fed Taric. As Evolve throws out the anti-Tibber stun.
Oh, do a tactical,
Insanity cleanses it, and now Tactical forces it with the Killer Instinct. Evolve forced to flash away stun, trying to buy some time. The Supreme display of talent clips Evolve onto the back. Tomio just needs to wait one more Elemental Wrath. There it is! The auto attack clips the Annie, and Viper now trying to pull out a montage here, forcing Tactical to flash, and he's trying to make it work. Cataclysm locks 2 members down, but the Cosmic Radiance will stall enough time, and Viper can't do anything to bail out his jungler, who sent it all for the Hail Mary attempt. Fake God now TPing in. Viper in a 1v3 is not going to pull out any miracles today. Luminosity Gaming extend the gold lead to 9,000, and Von Diaz at 24 minutes.
Oh man, Viper, he really wanted the like Uzi Vayne play, but unfortunately Cosmic Radiance makes it such that it is not so, as I really thought Evolve might have lived right there. He blocked a Void Seeker with his ult, and that was almost really impressive, but unfortunately Tomio is relentless in his pursuit. 10, 0, and 9. Mark, last game we were very impressed by Luminosity having nearly a kill per minute. How about 28 kills in 25 minutes?
Sheesh.
It's a lot of kills.
Yeah, because collectively between LG and Conviction last game,
It was 25 at 25
kill.
last time.
Yeah, it was a kill per minute.
And LG
but
at
now
21.
Luminosity now have more than a kill per minute on themselves. Perry trying to force the fight here.
Conviction's just sending it because they have nothing better to do. I mean, their competition's
they have no other
outscaled.
choice. Their comp does not get better later on. Wait a minute, they find the first one on the Zeyzal. TF Blade nearly gets tactical, but he barely survives. Supreme display of talent will just stall out the fight here. Insanity sends Perry to the Shadow Realm with that primordial burst.
2 for 2.
Luminosity Gaming down numbers here. Can Conviction continue the fight?
I mean, that was a 2 for 2. And if Tactical had died, dare I say, like, the game is so back. TF Blade barely did not kill the Kai'Sa, but if TF Blade lived and Tactical died, that would have been another big shutdown and a 3 for 1. Conviction does get the dragon. Luminosity's starting the Baron.
Oh, Mark, I love this.
25-minute Baron Rush. 25-minute Baron Rush.
25-minute Baron Rush.
It's the indicator.
Yep. Luminosity Gaming don't even care that they don't have Zeyzal or Fake God up for the Baron take. They just take it with all 3 members left. And they say, yeah, Conviction, you can get a dragon. We just got the Baron buff for ourselves, and now Luminosity Gaming have the tools necessary to look for another good fight and try to end the game off of this Baron empowered push.
And 3 items on everybody that it matters here, except for Fake God. He's lagging a little bit, but I would still say this level 17 Ambessa looking pretty damn strong. Mark, I gotta say, I love Veigar builds because I feel like you can build literally whatever you want as long as you get a hat at some point. And my guy's got a hat now, so he's full build.
That's crazy, man. This guy has so many stacks. And, oh, goodness gracious, TF Blade. I don't even, he didn't even have Undying Rage
click on
available.
Veigar really quick? I would love to see how much AP this guy has. It's probably over 1,000. Or close to it.
It just might be. They're forcing the fight here. Evolved gets caught in the Primordial, or the Event Horizon, I should say. Perry not given a chance to force the fight or the counter engage. Public execution goes wide, but here comes the Cosmic Radiance, and that will give all the confidence necessary to Luminosity Gaming to end this game, to end this series, and punch their tickets into the promotion tournament and grand finals of Split 2 for NACL. Disguise, I hope you're ready because a new challenger is coming your way. Luminosity Gaming, we'll see you soon.
That last game was a baptism as Luminosity is born yet again into the promotion tournament and the grand finals, and Conviction just learned what it is to face up against a team that might just be LTA caliber. I mean, wow, that last game was fun. I'm gonna be so honest, like, LG just straight styled on Conviction. No other way around it. No shame in a Conviction. They just got bodied. And LG really, that felt like a victory lap for them. And much deserved, because, again, they've been that team to watch the whole year, and now they've arrived.
And the big conversation point that we had for Conviction Esports was, will they have the creativity and the niche picks to pull a surprise advantage over Luminosity Gaming, because they have been so good but only have really shown, you know, standard fundamental play, just kind of like the what is expected as meta compositions here in Tier 2 and Tier 1. Luminosity Gaming, check out the MVP options down below. Fake God, Tomio, and Zazel say, okay, just because we're playing meta guys doesn't mean we don't have our own spicy picks. We opened up game 1 with an AP Kog'Maw pick from Insanity. We had Kiana Jungle from Tomio in game 4. We had Tarek busted out by Zazel in game 4. Just trying to go down the list, see what
I
other...
mean, Insanity in 3 out of 4 games, I would say, played an abnormal champion, because he also played the he played the Ziggs mid, which I feel like is not really seen too much in this region if your name is not always plan ahead. So
True.
Like, I feel like even that was kind of weird. Like, even the Hwei is like a pretty normal pick, but it's not like super meta. It feels very like tier 2, tier 3, and he just decided to play it. The Hwei was probably the worst pick, but you know, it still worked out. He still cooked with it in the later stages of the game. Yeah, we had the Tarek, we had Fake God played very normally, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Someone's got to do it.
Not everyone can break the mold,
Right.
But in
Yeah.
game 4, everyone got to have a little bit of fun, you know. And for game 3, even Tactical busting out Zeri, that's not a champion that you see that often anymore, because we're going through Varus,
Yeah,
we're
true.
going through Corkis, we're going through Ezreals, right? So just understanding that Tactical had an angle to go for the Zeri where there was very little lockdown and no point and clicks off of that game 3 draft from Conviction Esports, that gave him the world to be able to just run rampant. And when you play a champion like Zeri as well, very similar to Kaisa, you have to be aggressive. You have to look for the assassination angle, even if you are a marksman. And that, when we go back to the game 3, Hawk, that third dragon fight, where Conviction Esports were completely routed on both sides, and both Fake God and Tactical found the flank onto Evolved and Viper, that pretty much sealed the deal for game 3 and gave LG match point going into game 4.
Yeah, I feel like this was just another game. You know, there was game 3, that flank that you talked about, and then game 4, where one play really just decided the entire game, because it was actually Conviction for the first time in the series up a bit of gold through the early game. It looked like they were in a decent position to try to convert their mid-game advantage, but they never got the mid-game team fight because they went for the second top dive, and Fake God completely destroyed Perry and TF Blade's will to live with the way he played that dive. And from that point, you know, there was no recourse. Insanity got a kill, Fake God got a kill, and that was all it took for LG to be right back in and to start deathballing. So I mean, it's just another instance where you can trace it back to that one mistake. But that's how you know a team is a great team, because it only takes that one mistake to just completely take over.
Luminosity Gaming were able to manufacture that snowball one way or another, whether it was right at that mid-game point off of the third objective fight, or maybe a little bit delayed later into the game. They always knew their window, and once they had the advantage, they rarely let that go. I think the only time that they dropped it was game 2, and unfortunately sometimes those moments happen, right? But Luminosity Gaming, veterans and very experienced, do not let that game 2 loss affect their overall mindset, and they just continue playing out their game for the rest of the series and eventually bring home the win here. And just overall, as you called out, Hawk, actually, we will bring up that point later on because we are locked and loaded for our interview from our winning member from the side of Luminosity Gaming. Everyone, please welcome Tactical to the interview desk. The guy that was styling on the end with the Kaisa there, just sending it into the back line on a diving mission, making sure that he was killing everybody. What's up, Eddie? Good to see you.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's been a bit, but I'm back with the interview, winner's interview.
Yes, sir. And you know what? You just qualified to not only grand finals, but now promotion tournament. So regardless of what happens at the end of the split, you will get a chance to play against the Skies and the other two teams from the LRN, which are Estral Esports and STM Tigres. What is going through your mind right now?
Well, it's nice that we won because that means we're guaranteed to try to promote against DSG. So it's great. You know, we had some decent matches today. Game 2 was a bit shaky. You know, we were maybe almost able to bring it back, but we kind of choked again later on. But that was fun. So I'm looking forward to play to the finals and the promotion tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely looking forward to watching it. And kind of zooming in on this series specifically, you know, something that Mark and I talked a lot about is it looked like you all you had a really strong plan for how you wanted to approach the draft, because we talked a lot about Conviction's got some weird picks that they can pull out, but you all sort of left some of the meta picks open and picked out weird picks of your own. You know, is this something we should come to expect for the Luminosity style, or was this cooked up special for Conviction?
I'd say it's kind of cooked up special for Conviction because, you know, we know like I see them play Riven bot before, so in the last game, so I was like, all right, just ban this Riven. I don't know what he's gonna play, you know, like I literally can't predict it. So I was like, just ban Riven because he's played it before, and you know, a lot of champs are gone. But I think we had our draft pretty down versus them, so they were feeling pretty good in most of the games.
I think that was a good call. Anytime that a team is up in momentum like you guys were, if you were to give over momentum to Conviction Esports like that, Game 5 gets a little dicey and tricky.
Yeah.
But you've secured your spot now in both of the most meaningful matches now for your career, looking forward into potentially going back to LTA in 2026. What is the next steps for you guys now that you have a week before your final match, at least here in the split?
Well, the obvious next step would be winning the split, but in between that, I guess we can, you know, practice a bit more. We've been doing pretty well in practice. Like we're kind of like high-key shitting on everyone, basically. So we just want to keep that up and keep up our basics and fundamentals and try to translate that to stage.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like a great plan. Well, Tactical, last question I have for you. You know, a lot of talk about the promotion tournament. You guys are in. Now I want you to call your shot. We've got, I believe, Estral and STM Tigres qualified. Yep. DSG is qualified, and then we have one more NACL team to try to put in there. Call your shot, man. Talk your shit. I want to hear it. You got DSG on the chopping block. You got the LRN on the chopping block. Who you got?
I mean, the only obvious answer here is that we're gonna win everything probably. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like right now, even my expectation right now is like, yeah, we're probably gonna win. It's like a 70% chance we promote. Yeah, and I'm just not thinking about too much of it other than that. But you know, as long as we're performing and we're playing champs that we like to play, and yeah, I mean we're probably just gonna win. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
It's a good answer.
Yeah, I know. I like the mindset, and you know, the confidence is definitely going to be half the battle for you. I have one more question for you. I want to open up the floor and give you the time to reflect so far on this 2025 season, because you've now done everything to at least reach the two most crucial matches for this 2025 season. What do you take away from this year overall, and having stepped away from Tier 1 play and fighting your way back through Tier 2?
Yeah, so one thing I learned is I think one reason why we're a good team is because we always have a direction in the game, and I think having a direction or goal at all times is really important. So that's why we were able to come back maybe more than usual compared to other teams, or we have like better rules or Like get better rules so we can maybe punish people. I also think we're always constantly looking for angles. We try to be creative. So I think stuff like that is what helps us a lot.
I love it, man. Always good to see you, Eddie. Any last shout-outs before we let you go?
I mean, I guess shout out to my team. We won, so it's great. Shout out to my coach Deos. He's the GOAT.
The GOAT.
And Matt and Mash, helping us out too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love to hear it.
Love
and
it.
Congratulations again, man. Super happy for you and the LG boys. I know you've been very strict on grinding, but please take some time to celebrate at least getting this far. Obviously, you'll have time to lock in for grand finals and the promotion tournament, but give yourselves a pat on the back for making it this far. And we'll see you next week, buddy.
Yep, sounds good.
Oh man.
As you called it, Hawk,
locked
Luminosity
in.
Gaming, they are ready to get back into the LTA, as Cubby once affectionately titled them the LTA Rejects, because this is an entire team that all were playing in LTA last year between Shopify Rebellion and Immortals rosters. These are all players that are capable of playing at that tier 1 level, and they are just trying to prove that they can fight their way back. And the way that they are playing right now here as Luminosity Gaming, they definitely have what it takes. It's now going to come down to the final matches when it counts, when it comes to the promotion tournament, to see if they can make the run complete.
I mean, I gotta say, just talking to Tactical, it feels like the vibes are good with that team. They're definitely looking like they're having fun in their games, and they're playing really damn well. We talk about DSG, they took Cloud9 to 5 games. Well, LG, they're looking real damn good as well. But of course, job's not done. They still got an NACL finals to win. That would be an achievement in and of itself, to the first back-to-back in 3 years. But Mark, let's take a look at our MVP for this series. I honestly have no idea who chat would have picked. Fake God, Tomio, and Zazel were the options. We had a hard time even picking the options. It felt like all 5 players just had a good series.
All 5 individuals had very remarkable performances today, and it kind of hurt us to only pick 3, but we tried to pick what we felt like was the most consistent out of all of them. And oh my goodness, it's the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Tomio, who ended the series on a show-stopping Kiana jungle performance, our first one in the NACL and overall here in the Americas. I want to say that is correct. I haven't seen it yet in LTA Sul or LTA North yet, so shout out to Tomio for bringing the Kiana jungle flavor over here to the West.
Yeah, and dropping like a 12 bomb or something on it in this last game as well. It was an impressive game. I mean, it was a great series for him. I feel like in the Pantheon game, he was really leading the charge, also the kill leader of his squad. In game 2, I felt like the Skarner was one of the things keeping the game close. And then I even look over towards the first game. Gosh, what did he even play? That was so long ago. He played well. He played well. That's the point.
Tomio did play exceptionally well. But that means we have our first grand finalist locked in Luminosity Gaming. So let's check out the updated bracket as a result. Luminosity Gaming now await their opponents on September 12th, which is next Friday. Meanwhile, Conviction Esports, because of this loss, are sent to the lower bracket, where they'll still have a chance to get into the promotion tournament as well as grand finals if they beat their eventual opponent that will be coming from the match between Supernova and Blue Otter, which takes place tomorrow, as you'll see on our schedule for Thursday, September 4th. That best of 5, it is still an elimination round. It does not guarantee yourself into the promotion tournament or grand finals, but it is one step closer. And as we highlighted before, Mr. Ben, that this series is going to be so insanely hyped because it is a rematch between one of our upper bracket best of 3s, where it was a massive upset for Blue Otter against Supernova.
I mean, a rematch of, dare I say, one of the biggest upsets in the history of Tier 2. Grapes and I had a whole Salty Runback topic about this a couple weeks ago, where, there's only a handful of teams that have upset better teams in this. Like No Org is up there. you know, Blue Water upset Disguise last year, but this is definitely a bigger upset than that one. This is going to be a really great series. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea which of these 3 teams is going to be appearing in that grand finals, because Supernova is not looking like they did in the regular season, and Conviction and Blue, they definitely have the ability to, you know, fight with the top dogs and maybe get their way into the promotion tournament. What a story would be for any of those 3 teams. Mark, who do you got?
Well, here's my thing. I committed to voting for Blue Otter in every single series because I doubted them in their first bout against Supernova in the upper bracket, and I said proudly on cast, I can never vote against these guys again. So I'm
Blue Otter to the
committed.
moon.
Even if I think on paper, let's say if we follow a line where Blue Otter beats Supernova, I think Conviction is going to be a very, very tough opponent, and Conviction already beat Blue Otter once. And I feel indicted to vote for Blue Otter.
But you're riding with the Romp Stompa.
Yeah. So don't take my prediction as, you know, you can look at some of the other broadcast talent when they predict the series. You know, I just have to commit now because it's part of the bid. But
predictions are all content anyway, so you know.
That's what I'm saying. Anything can happen here in Tier 2. We saw the Blue Water upset over Supernova, but now here in the lower bracket, maybe it changes because they're in a best-of-5 scenario. Maybe Supernova get a little bit better reprieve. Who knows? But all I know is that series is going to be absolute fire. And that will happen tomorrow. And of course, as always, shout-outs to our awesome sponsor, improdiff.gg. If you want to get some one-on-one coaching with current or former pros from the LTA or NACL, some of those pros you just saw today in this matchup between Luminosity and Conviction Esports. If you want to get some one-on-one coaching tips from them, make sure to scan that QR code or go to the website prodiff.gg and get a one-on-one coaching scheduled for yourself today. We got Season 3 kicking off here in 2025, so if you're trying to make those ranked solo queue goals attainable for yourself, that might be the first stop that you make in changing up your habits and getting some things locked in for the last push for the end of the season grind. But Hawk, we've done it. That is the end of our show. Also, shout out to our socials on #NACL. If you want to continue the conversation there of Luminosity being the first team to qualify to the promotion tournament as well as the grand finals here for NACL at NACL and at Watch NACL for Twitter. Hawk, any last words before we close out the day?
I mean, all I gotta say is that race for the last promotion spot is going to be obscene. Definitely do not miss the first series. Well, not the first series in the lower bracket, but you get what I mean. Blue Otter versus Supernova tomorrow. It's gonna be a good one. But that's gonna be it for us, man. I mean, LG looking like the team to beat, but we still got a few best-of-5s left to crown a champion here in the NACL. We're shipping off 2 teams to try to dethrone Disguised. It's gonna be a fun end of the split. But for now, that's it for me. That's my last series that I'm covering. So, you know, it's been a fun year.
Yeah, 2025 has been an awesome time. I'm glad that we got to get you on NACL this year in general. It's always been a blast to see you make your way up through Tier 3 and the collegiate scene. Working with you at CLOL was an awesome time. Working with you on NACL has been an awesome time. I love working with you, man. You've got so much energy and so much love for the game and the broadcast in general. It helps revitalize me and motivates me to. I forget how much younger you are than me.
Okay, all right. Let's wrap it up. Let's get this show on the road.
Well, as
I
Hawk
appreciate
said,
it, but there will be more energy and hype tomorrow being brought by Cubby and Mazel, I think.
Yeah, Mazel and Cubby. Mazel
Okay.
and Cubby will be
Cool.
on the call for tomorrow's series between Supernova and Blue Otter. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 3 more best-of-5s, 1 more spot in the promotion tournament, and grand finals left to go. Same time tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Wait, they just like send it anyway?
Hang away, 4v4. Whoa!
Okay.
I stand corrected. That was so much damage. They don't even need saves. So call it the Forge God. At least knocks up Tomio with the keeper's verdict. But Cat goes right on top of Perry's face, and he's just blasting it with the True Shot Barrage and the Mystic Shot. He goes down anyway. But Evolve, can he deal with the rest of Insanity?
alive on a spinner, and Zazel comes back from the grave with the teleport thanks to that unsealed spellbook, and it's TF Blade is just gonna look for tactical, forces the flash out of him. Dawning Shadow comes through, decent damage into the back line, and TF Blade re-engages now, goes gold and avoids the Magna Storm disengage. Flash, counter-strike right into the back line from TF Blade. He's just disrupting them, while Tomio has no damage to back him up on the front line. The enemy team. It's definitely possible, but very unlikely as Fate God does get routed out here. No way, the Croc is just too strong! The Dominus completely dominating Conviction Esports as they try to find something, but a triple kill for Tomio! A quadra for Tomio! It just might be. They're forcing the fight here. Evolved gets caught in the Primordial, or the Event Horizon, I should say. Parry not given a chance to force the fight or the counter engage. Public Execution goes wide, but here comes the Cosmic Radiance, and that will give all the confidence necessary to Luminosity Gaming to end this game, to end this series.